So the word refrigerator is related, as the Rebbe says over there, to the idea of aglidu maya, which means that when water becomes congealed. So sometimes when something becomes cold, it doesn't become ice. For example, Jello. So when it becomes cold, it becomes nikrash. It becomes congealed, but it doesn't become a piece of ice. And then mikarer. So what does mikarer mean? Something becomes colder. That doesn't become ice. It doesn't become magridu maya, but it became colder. If it was 1 degree warmer and now becomes colder, so that's it already became colder. Mikarer. Liednik and refrigerator and mikarer. So the Rebbe says, we know B'chlal that kedusha is associated with warmth. Ki Hashem alikecha eish eichla. And Mederach Klal, Klippa is associated with coldness. We say about Amalek, Asher Karcha Baderach. Amalek comes to make a yid cold. And the Rebbe throws in. The Rebbe says, the emphasis that the truth is there's also Kerach and Kedusha. They state by the Merkava, it says that Me'al Harakia is Ke'ein Kerach HaNeira. Which means that there's the Rakia and there's the Malachim. And on top of that, which means higher than that, there's Ke'ein Kerach HaNeira. There's the awesome ice. And the Rebbe very quickly says that that's the idea of the ultimate Kabbalah sale also. Kabbalah sale is associated with coldness. It's not it's not that a person is heated up and warmed up with midas, with avos Hashem and yiras Hashem, and that's a very, very high madrigi in kedusha, kerach haneira. But b'chlol, that's an exception. B'derech kol, when we talk about kedusha, we're talking about warmth. So therefore, the different words when talking about cooling something off, the different words represent different madrigas in klippa, because again, coldness is associated with klippa. So therefore the Rebbe says, Russian, that's a language which represents a certain culture. Again, remember this is back in the 80s in the Tavshin Mems, a culture which is kfira in the Eibishter, a culture which is busy fighting the belief in the Eibishter, and therefore over there the coldness is absolute. It's like ashtik ice, unbudgeable, firm, rigid ice. That is liadnik. You come to America, so the clip over here is not as strong. The Medina shal chesed, and therefore the klipa isn't so strong. So therefore we don't have here liyadniks, here we have refrigerators. The coldness doesn't cause that the person should become a piece of ice, but rather malashan aglidu maya. And then when you talk about Hebrew, so the Rebbe says Hebrew is a derivative of Lashon HaKodesh. Lashon HaKodesh it isn't. But from that like an ashaytis to Lashon HaKodesh it has, it's derived. So therefore over there the klipa is even less. And therefore, over there we say Mikader. Where's the Rebbe going with this? So over there in the Sikha, the Rebbe was talking about he was trying to be pale something. If I recall correctly, maybe I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, he was trying to be pale Shuri Tera Berab. And the Rebbe says Meret wegen them, and I feel like I'm talking to a bunch of Liyadniks, the Rebbe says. Bunch of Liyadniks, bunch of pieces of ice. And the idea of ice is not only that it's cold, but it's unmovable. It's rigid. Meret is a certain like hachwata benefesh that I'm not being moved, I'm not being warmed up, I'm not being heated up. That was the Rebbe giving a little of a chelak to the Elam over there, that he feels that he's talking about this Nekuda, and he doesn't see a Hazaza, he doesn't see any movement in this area. I saw the Sikha many years ago, stuck in my head for obvious reasons. I think by now you understand what I'm saying is that there's a certain flavor. You won't find these kind of Sikhas and good Sikhas, but these kind of Sikhas. You have to look into the Bilfim again, into the original transcript. And I was thinking to myself, it's Shabbos afternoon. Rebbe's Farbrengen Shabbos afternoon. I'm not very, very behavent in the way it works in other Chassidism. I don't think that the other Chassidism were the Rebbe Farbrengen on Shabbos afternoon. Am I right? Am I wrong? Well, there's a Tisha on Friday night. And Derech HaElam is that Shabbos afternoon, you have the Shabbos, we eat Shalom. The Lake Tzechebes al Shlofen, Shina Shabbos Tainug. And here the Rebbe is being matriach and the Chassidim that after the Shalom, if they even have a chance to eat Shalom, between after davening, on my memory of things. So davening in 770 is 10 o'clock. The Rebbe's menu is 10 o'clock. And so davening means, at a normal Shabbos, davening finishes, say, 12:15, 12:30. And if it's Shabbos Mevarchim, so then davening starts 10:30 because Tehillim is at 8 o'clock. So then davening finishes at around 1:15, and Farbrengen is at 1:30. And you need to go and you need to chop your place by Farbrengen. So there isn't really much time for Tzom. I remember being there in the back. There was a line. They had a big Tzom pot. If you wanted to try out and be brave and to try that Tzom, if you were able to, but like upon him, the Elam. And it's a short Shabbos because I'm talking about, remember, this is a Shabbos, Vayir, Chaisar, Samran, Lakewood. So this is an Elam that's sitting there. This is Silberberg people. They're giving up their Shabbos afternoon to come to the Rebbe's Farbrengen. And by the way, that wasn't everyone. Even in Crown Heights, there were many people who Shabbos afternoon, Rebbe's Farbrengen, and Mr. Hafta, Varvash Nasecha, they weren't there. And it's easy not to think, the Rebbe's Farbrengen, and people aren't there. As they is given. I will see it to many people. It's not easy. It's every Shabbos after Shabbos. So these are Shemech Siddish Yidden giving up their Shabbos afternoon to come and to the Farbrengen and to listen to the Rebbe. And the Rebbe is accusing them of being lietniks. It's a severe accusation. The Rebbe is not talking to the people who are sleeping. The Rebbe is talking to the people who are there. Verkvetched, didn't have a good Siddish Shabbos, that I can tell you for sure. And the Rebbe is calling them lietniks. And he said, no, I'm speaking like seriously. These are real Siddish Yidden. These are emes people. People there in the Iberge Geben Lechera, in Gansen. It bothered me a little. It's sad. It's sad on me. Like it percolated for quite a few years until one day, thinking to myself, Farbrengen. Someone asks you when you walk into the Farbrengen, no, let me ask you. Morgen was anders. Tomorrow is going to be totally different. You're going to Farbrengen, right? You're going for a reason. Tomorrow is going to be different. What are you going to answer? A lot of nafka. Who knows? Maybe I'll hear something that will inspire me. Epis Amaisa, Epis Avart. But there's somewhere deep down where you know that tomorrow is not going to be Andrish. There's somewhere deep down where you have that knowledge. I mean, something could happen. Lightning could strike. Aber to me and you on the lamppost, they say, Margaret Nirzain Andrish. So I'm going to go, I'll hear something nice. I'll hear something, even get something to give over afterwards to the wife, to the kids. But my mom says, tomorrow I'm going to be different. It's almost like there's a subconscious decision that unless someone knocks me over the head and blows me away, so tomorrow's not going to be different. Maybe that's what the Rebbe meant. Everything you come to Farbrengen, I get it, you're here, that's wonderful, that's beautiful, that's great. But I'm speaking to you, and tomorrow's not going to be Amish. There's ice inside. There's some ice inside. And what's really demanded of a Yid, of a Chassid, when you come to Farbrengen, is that you walk in with the Hanacha that Morgen Vetzain Andish. And the onus is on you. The responsibility is yours, not mine. I feel I'm going to come in right away. Shift the responsibility. What do I mean by that? Instead of coming in, maybe I'll hear something which is going to inspire me. I will be inspired. I will. And tomorrow there's going to be something about tomorrow which is going to be different than today. Otherwise, Islam is bittul Torah. Otherwise, we're wasting our time over here. So, I'm going to warm myself up. I'm going to say a little l'chaim, which, by the way, there's plenty if anyone wants to say. And even if you don't want to, not necessarily a bad idea. And we'll sing something good then. We'll warm up. And I'm going to find something. I'm going to find something by the Farbrengen, by hook or by crook, that's going to talk to me. And tomorrow's going to be a psandrish. There's going to be something different. There's going to be a hazasa in some area of my life, because after all, that's the Nakud Farbrengen. Otherwise, not. So that's how I want to start with that. That those who can't say l'chaim should say l'chaim, and we'll sing anigen, and it's a mutual achrayis, and everyone of Zagzag can stop. It's a mutual achrayis, and everyone over here that should be a Farbrengen, it should be, as the Rebbe would say, he's Faduyis, Pi'ilis, a Farbrengen that has a Pu'ula, and the chance of it having a Pu'ula is 1,000,000 times greater if you decide in advance that it will have a Pu'ula. It's about it's about the way you go in. It's about the way you go in. You go in and you hear, interesting, you'll probably walk out that way also. But if you come in with the Hachwata, that we're going to warm ourselves up, sitting out Chassidim and hear some, and we'll hear some words and some stories, and we're going to find something. Everyone here is going to find something over here by this Farbrengen that's going to warm them up and create some sort of change. And it doesn't have to be a huge change. But sometimes a smaller change is more sustainable. But something that I'm able to walk out over and say that tomorrow it's going to be something which is different than today in some sort of inyan, and then it'll be Taka Farbrengen which will have a full. Chaim Lovracha.
Oh yeah, 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 Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
Dr. Nice about Rabbi Shmelke of Nikolsburg. Shmelke of Nikolsburg was one of the Talmidim of the Maggid, father of the Alter Rebbe. He's mentioned in the Akdama, Akdama's Bnei HaMechaber to the Alter Rebbe Shulchan Charav. They talk about how the Alter Rebbe went to the Maggid over there. So amongst the people that he was Mishtasheh and learning was with the Baal HaFlaw and his brother Reb Shmelke. The Dr. Maisa, the Reb Shmelke, he was a Rav in Nikolsburg, a city somewhere in Germany. And Kensach Geld had nicht gehabt. He didn't have a lot of money. If you want to be a wealthy person, becoming a Rav is not mamish the best career to go into. But he was known as a tremendous Baltztakim, meaning what? That whatever he had, he gave. Any ani who came to the door, they knew that he'll give them something. If he didn't have any money, you take something from the house, find something of value, and say, go take it and go sell it and have some money. Meanwhile, the Rebbetzin, Shmelke's Rebbetzin, she had one piece of jewelry, which was a very, very expensive piece of jewelry. It was a Yerusha, she had it in her mishpacha. The story that I'm going to say right now, do not apply it to your own life and your own shalom bayis. But for Reb Shmelke, somehow this worked. And she was scared that the day is going to come when a poor person is going to come and there's not going to be anything else in the house, and he'll give away that also. So she made some sort of elaborate hiding place in the house where she hid that piece of jewelry. But sure enough, the day comes and someone comes knocking on the door, and he has his whole sob story, whatever it is, the classic, right? He probably has daughters to marry off and Huskin Gelt and whatever it may be. And Reb Shmelke, he doesn't have any money. He says, hold on 1 second, let me see if I can find something to give you. So he goes, looks around the house, and garnished. Anything that wasn't screwed on, and maybe even that which was screwed on is already taken, already given away. But you can't send him without anything. He goes, looks, and sure enough, he discovers the hiding place, he discovers the jewelry, he's all excited, he goes and gives the person the jewelry, and says, go sell this, and you'll have some money. He's walking out, this poor person, and who's walking in? The Rebbetzin. She wasn't in the house. And she sees this poor person walking out with a big smile on his face, and she immediately gets scared because she knows there's nothing in the house. And like, why is he smiling? She runs straight to her hiding place and checks, and sure enough, jewelry is gone. So she goes to her husband and says, starts screaming at her husband, do you know what you gave away? Do you have any idea how expensive the jewelry is? He says, no. I did not know how expensive it was, how valuable it was. Immediately he goes, starts running after, chasing the person he just gave the jewelry to. And the guy sees the Rabbi running behind him. He says, oh, it's not good. Anyways, he catches up to him. And he says, I just want you to know that piece of jewelry I just gave you is very expensive. When you sell it, make sure that you don't get ripped off. You get full value for it. Ad kan asipur. Because someone can get a matana and doesn't know how valuable it is. And the Shmulka wanted to make sure that he understood just how much it cost. This is a story you can't say in front of ladies, by the way. Can't say. But Emma says that she knew what she signed up for when she got married to a tzaddik, or that person. I'm sure she was very happy at the end of the day. Yatsa, as they say, Yatsa have said the schare. Also, a state in the Medrash, a state that Moshe comes to Yidden and says, Ru'u, ki Hashem nosam lachemes hashabos. Let's think, Ru'u, ki Hashem nosam lachemes hashabos. You know, and the Medrash says that the Eibush told Moshe Rabbeinu, matana achas yeshli bebeis gnazai. I have a matana which is very precious, and it's Shabbos. Go tell the Yidden. Go tell Yidden. Give it to them. We get to tell them. The pshat is that sometimes you can give something to someone, they don't understand that it's a matana. They don't understand how amazing it is. So Moshe had to come to Yidden and say, look, Hashem masan lachem es haShabbos. It's a matana. And no to appreciate it. You can have Shabbos. Many people keep Shabbos. They don't realize what kind of matana it is until you go and explain it to them. So the same thing is, we're here, and it's Erev Yitas Kislev, Mat Yitas Kislev, which is the Rebbe Rashab, the Rebbe Nashma Se'ed, talks about it as being the Rosh Hashanah of Chassidus. And the same thing is true with Chassidus. We have something which is very valuable, something which is very precious, something which is literally oxygen for the neshama. And what I want to do by the Farbrengen today is Pasha to give a little of a taste, a little Havana. What exactly is this matana that we have, and how happy we have to be in the Asheinu Matev Chalkeinu, that we're Chassidim, and that we have Chassidus. A memory I have, probably the late nuns, Zion, somewhere around there. I was teaching that. Then I was still actually an Alter Bacher then. I was teaching. Started teaching Tanya in the Mesivta over there in Crown Heights. And Yutas Kislev, there's a big Farbrengen. At that time, there was one of the elderly Mashpiyim, and his name was Rabbi Bukit, Chaim Meir Bukit. He was actually a Polisher from Poland, learned in Lakewood, and the Rebbe Yid. And at that point in time, with Yutas Kislev, he was very, very ill with Yana Maisa. So the Manal of the school went and asked if he could come to the Farbrengen to address the Farbrengen. So the Bnei Mishpacha started screaming at him, what do you mean? He's tough and he's so sick, but he said, absolutely, he's coming. He showed up at the Farbrengen. He was nifted a few weeks later.
What?
He was nifted a few weeks later. He showed up at the Farbrengen. Two grandchildren, one from each side, helping him in. Sat down, spoke around 45 minutes. I don't remember what he said. That I don't remember. But I remember as he walked out, he started singing, and the smile on his face and the shine on his face is something I'll never forget. Plus, you saw a chassid. He knew very well. He knew what his matzav was and everything. He saw someone Pashat. He had a recognition, had a kara. He understood the value of Yutas Kislev, of the gift of what Chassidus is. And whatever Elam Hasa is, it didn't make a difference. It was something that was a very touching moment. So to understand a little about Yudas Kislev and Chassidus, and the gift of Chassidus Chabad specifically, which is Shaykhis, the Tanya, which is Shaykhis Yudas Kislev, so we need to go a little backwards. I want to talk a little about the Baal Shem Tov, the Magid, and then the Alter Rebbe. If you look in the Baal Shem Tov entered the scene, the Jewish landscape, and it was the Yidden were in it was not a good situation. This was shortly after the Gzeres Tachvatat, when the Gashmias, hundreds of thousands of Yidden were killed, and many, many more displaced, their homes destroyed, displaced from where their communities. And Baruch is also, Yidden at that time were B'Shvav HaMatziv. Yeah, you had Talmidei Chachamim, you had plenty of Talmidei Chachamim, you had Gedolim and Torah. But the nation of Torah was very much forgotten. There was a very I'm not going to say all of them, but amongst many of the big Talmidei Chachamim, there was a Gaiva, there was a Yashis. They looked down at the Pashto Yidden, who were beautiful Yidden. These were the Yidden who the Baal Shem Tov was very, very much Minyaker and Mechaviv. Yidden who served the Eibishter with their whole heart, but they weren't Talmidei Chachamim, they wasn't Shaykh. We were talking about the time when at the age of 6, the age of 7, unless you were a genius, and therefore you were able to go and sit in the Torah, you were an apprentice to Schuster, to blacksmith, whatever it may be. It wasn't a good situation. Comes along the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov traveled around from city to city, and Pasha breathing life into Yidden and to Yiddishkeit. And what the Baal Shem Tov accomplished is Pasha unbelievable. Within a very short amount of time, we're talking about 10, 20, 30 years, hundreds of thousands of followers across the Eastern Europe were attracted to the Baal Shem Tov. Pasha, he was mechazik them. They taught them the importance of what it means to be Yidden, to have an Neshama, and to be B'Simcha, and the Inyan Rachmana Liba Boy, the idea of serving the Eibishter mit dem ganzen Herzen, the importance of a Pashto Yidden, of a Pashto Mitzvah. And he went around. But there was two things. There's Limud Achsidus and there's Darkei Achsidus. If you look in Hayom Yom, in Chabad, when it comes to Yudas Kislev, we wish each other Lashana, Teva, B'Limud Achsidus, B'Darkei Achsidus, B'Seiv. Yeah, it's Chabad. We always do things in a radical way, Shana Teva, right? But let's not focus on that for a second. Let's talk about the words. There's Limud Achsidus and there's Darkei Achsidus. What is there between Limud Achsidus and Darkei Achsidus? Limud Achsidus is Pasha learning the deepest secrets of the Torah. That's Limud. Understanding, Havana, Vasaga, understanding what is having a Savana and the Eibishter to the extent possible until finally you reach the understanding, the Tachal Sayyidiyah, Shalene Da'acha, but that also is a Yidiyah. Also understanding how much mechanics verstehen. A little of Havana and what Torah is, Havana what a mitzvah is, Havana what a Yid is, and the Neshama is. That's all. That's Limud Achsidus. And then there's Darkei Achsidus. What is Darkei Achsidus? So you guys are thinking the hats and the payas and the levushim and the herring. No, that's Chetonius of Darkei Achsidus. What is Darkei Achsidus? What makes a Chosid a Chosid? Darkei Achsidus is Anova. Darkei Achsidus is Simcha. Darkei Achsidus is Avos Yisrael. Darkei Achsidus is a Geschmack in davening. Darkei Achsidus is sitting together by a Farbrengen in a way of Shavas Achim Gam Yachad. These are all, and by the way, these are all things we're radical. We're radical. Today already, these things are universal. So many of the teachings of the Baal Shem Tov today are something that are miskabel b'chol tfutzas Yisrael. And as we go on, getting closer to Mashiach, more and more of the chidushim of the Baal Shem Tov are becoming miskabel to davar pashut. And in some years, you can even argue that the people who don't even call themselves Chassidim are iber gestiegen, the Chassidim in dark Chassidus also. That's dark Chassidus. In other words, it's not so much about the small, relatively inconsequential minhagim of Chassidim. I'm not concentrating on the inconsequential, but saying relatively. But what dark Chassidus is, what makes a Chassid a Chassid? A Chassid behaves differently. A Chassid comports him or herself differently. It's a different, and that's what the Baal Shem Tov taught. Now, there was a very clear line of divide, which is Limud Achsidus, the Baal Shem Tov taught only to a select few. The holiest of the holy. The Chavrai Kadisha that the Baal Shem Tov had, we're talking about the Mezritch Magid, the Pinchas Karetz, Telos Yaakov Yosef, people of that caliber. And Darkei Chassidus, the Baal Shem Tov went around from city to city, from place to place, and taught everyone Darkei Chassidus. Tov Kuf Chof was the Salkus of, and Shvuos the Salkus of the Baal Shem Tov. And the main Memalam Hakim was the Rabbi Verd, Magid Mezritch, whose Yartzeit is also on Yitas Kislev. And he continued in the path of his Rebbe. The difference was that the Magid didn't travel. Magid stayed put. He stayed in Mezritch. But he didn't have to, because by the time the Magid came along already, Chassidus was ready, the Spashtet was already spread, the whole Tfutzas Yisrael. And not only that, he had a lot of Talmidim who were doing the job. But, and there remained, though, a very clear divide, which is there was a Chavrai Kedisha. Chavrai Kedisha, the Magid, was much bigger than the Chavrai Kedisha, the Baal Shem Tov, was double the size. 120 of the biggest tzaddikim and the biggest Talmidei Chacham of the time were the Talmidim of the Magid, talking about the greatest of the great, the biggest giants, talking about the Mendel of Haradak and the Kedushas Levi in the name, Alim Melach, V'oid, right, the Baron HaGadol, and many, many more. In kind of makam lepertan, due to lack of time. And to them, the Magi taught the deepest secrets of the Torah. Limud Achsidus was for the Chavrai Kedisha. There were a lot of other Pashto people who come to Mezritch to be Makabel Pnei Harav, but the Magi stuck to the derech of the Baal Shem Tov, which was Limud Achsidus. For that you have to be right. To learn Seidas HaTorah, for that you have to be right. That was for the greatest ones. And for every year there was Darkei Chassidus. In Tov Kuf Lamed Gimel, Yutas Kislev was the Stalkus of the Magid. And Stalkus of the Magid. And at that time, so then, I'm not a bucky in the history, but I know that the Alter Rav Al Kapanim was, by the way, one of the junior students of the Magid. So he was Makabel himself. Originally, he became a chassid of the Mendel of Tefka, Mendel Haradakar, the Priya Aretz. The Priya Aretz, yeah. But then in Tov Kuf Lamed Ches, from around there, the Mendel Haradakar went to Eretz Yisrael. And originally the Alter Rebbe was planning on going along with him. But Lepel, he was convinced that he's needed. And then, so he stayed behind. And when the Mendel Haradakar went to Eretz Yisrael, at that time, then, I know the Frierdiker Rebbe describes this Barucha in some of his letters. B'shaita, I read it. I don't remember all the details. But at that time, all the Talmidei Magid got together, and basically Eastern Europe was divided. It was divided amongst the Talmidei Magid. And from that point on, Chassidus became territorial. There ever wonder why it's Babel Chassidim, Satmar Chassidim, Belzer Chassidim, Munkach, it's a city, right? The regions. It's because that's the way it happened. So you became, this time the Maggid got that region, and if you lived in that region, then Bechlolos, you were Talmud, you were Chassid of that Rebbe, and the whole place was divided. And the Alter Rebbe, he got White Russia and Moldav and Lithuania. With the borders constantly shifting, I have no idea where that is even today. I know it's part of Belarus and definitely parts of Lithuania and Ukraine, but I don't know exactly. You have to go mamish to people who are experts in this topic to know exactly what. But he got that area. And by the way, the area that he got was much bigger than any other Talmid Yamad, much larger. And why is that? He got Be'ikir, the area where there was the biggest isnagos. The most misnagdim, the cities like Vilna and Shklov, which were bastions, strongholds of the misnagdim, that became the territory of the Alter Rebbe. Why the Alter Rebbe? So first of all, the Alter Rebbe was a Litvak himself. Alter Rebbe came from this area, which is why Lubavitch, our way we speak, Lashon HaKodesh and Yiddish, we speak like the Litvaks, not like most other Chassidim, which is, by the way, not the way the Baal Shem Tov or the Maggid spoke, because Kanir from the Maggid, the Baal Shem Tov spoke of Polish Yiddish, but the Alter Rebbe was a Litvak, so he spoke a Litvish Yiddish. So it was figured that what do you say? The Minei Bei Abel Sadi Bei Narga, who's better to go and to deal with the Litvaks? And any of us, someone themselves a Litvak. By the way, when the Alter Rebbe was in message, he was known as Amud Litvak. That's how he was known. And also, as much as all of the Talmidim Maggid were Ge'enei Elam, but the Alter Rebbe was Miyuchad B'minei, as evidence from the fact that when the Maggid wanted a Shulchan Aruch written, despite the fact that many of the Talmidim Maggid were tremendous Ge'enim, but the Maggid asked the Alter Rebbe to write the Shulchan Aruch Harav. So it's figured that Alter Rebbe is he's the one who was masim to go and to take on these areas which were Molei his Snagdus at that time. It was almost like the Lakewoods of Eastern Europe. But today Lakewood is not Lakewood anymore. Okay, and this led, by the way, many of the Talmidim Maggid suffered redifus. We know that. Vaditcher was thrown out of the city. The aforementioned Malka of Nikolsburg suffered redifus. I mean, many of them. But I think that the biggest redifus were reserved for the Alter Rebbe, but that's because that was his place. That's where he was. And eventually, the Misnagdim in Vilna at that time, we know that they sent a Ksav Ishum to the government, and the Alter Rebbe was arrested. Okay, that's the basic story. But that's not the real story. Because actually, as it turns out, the Misnagdim had very little to do with Alter Rebbe's arrest. Very little to do with it. Whose fault was the Alter Rebbe's arrest? Was more of the other Chassidim. What do I mean by that? Shortly after the Mendel of Haradak went to Eretz Yisrael, the Alter Rebbe started developing Chassidus Chabad. You want to know what is Chassidus Chabad in a nutshell? Chassidus Chabad, with that, the Alter Rebbe was overturning the policy which had existed up until that point, policy which was in place in the times of the Baal Shem Tov, in the times of the Alter Rebbe, which was Limud Chassidus is for the elite, for the people who are royal loza, and Darki Chassidus for everyone. Chassidus Chabad means Alter Rebbe was saying, from now on, Limud Chassidus is also for everyone. Limud Chassidus, in a way of Havana Vasaga. And who were the Menagdim to the Alter Rebbe? Menagdim to the Alter Rebbe were his own Kavir. His own Kavir. The Heilige members of the Chavraya Kadisha, people such as Rabbi Mezhebush, people such as Rabbi Avram Kalisk, Ve'oid, and they were like, that's not our Kabbalah. It's not our Kabbalah. And that's disrespecting the deepest secrets of the Torah, the fact that these holy people, these holy tzaddikim, were kind of looking into this room over here in Lakewood and Tavshin Peivav, and looking at the people over here and telling the Rebbe, these are the people who are going to be learning Chassidus. These are the people who are going to be learning Razin, the deepest secrets of the Torah. One of the deepest secrets of the Torah, for that you have Kedusha and you have to have Tara. All the madrigas that are involved. And by the way, what they were saying is, this was the derech by the Baal Shem Tov, this was the derech by the Magid. And they were right. Which doesn't mean the Alter Rebbe was wrong. But they were 100% right. They had 100% that a valid point. What's the Nekudas Achiluk? And by the way, this exists until this very day. With the Mamshichim, the Mamala Makim of those holy tzaddikim, the Chavraya Kadisha, which is one derech in Avedis Hashem, a holy derech in Avedis Hashem, but it's one derech in Avedis Hashem, and Chassidus Chabad, which is another derech. And what's the Nekudas Achiluk? Because there are a lot of Sifrei Chassidus. Chabad isn't only Sifrei Chassidus. There are many, many Sifrei Chassidus. But the question is, what is the objective? What is the objective of most Sifrei Chassidus? It's not Chabad. It's not Chabad. The way it was in times of the Baal Shem Tov, the way it was in times of the Magid, and the way it was by the Mamshichim of the derech of that derech, is that there's a Rebbe, and the Rebbe versteht alles. The Rebbe understands, and the Rebbe, because he's so holy, so he's roy to take to go and to swim in Pardes HaTorah and Pshat, Remez, Drush, Seyd, and all these. And the Rebbe Tzadik B'Munasa Yechaya. Tzadik B'Munasa Yechaya. The Rebbe, with his Heiligkeit, inspires his Chassidim. The Rebbe is the engine of his Chassidim. The Rebbe learns, the Rebbe understands. The Rebbe's kol kuloi is that, and the Chassidim come to the Rebbe, and there's a Tish, and Mezik Negunim, and Me'esh Shirayim, which is a Heilige thing. And the Rebbe says some Divrei Torah, which are face of Laviseish. And with the Rebbe, you see on the Rebbe, you see the Kedusha, and you see the holiness, and you see the Lakus and everything. And the Chassidim walk home, and they're invigorated, and they're inspired, and they serve the Eibishter with Ava and Yirah. And that's a system which, by the way, which works. It's a system which works. It worked then, and it works Ada Yimazah. My grandfather was a Radomsker Chassid, and so he was a Chassid of the last Radomsker Rebbe who was killed in the Muhammad. And talk about what an inspiration can do. What inspiration can do. For 35 years till he passed away, Pashat lived in a state of inspiration and dveikus and ava and yira. Pashat from what he got from his Rebbe back then. So this is not. I'm not in any which way saying Chabad works and Chagas doesn't work. It's not mizak. I'm not saying that entirely at all. Chagas beferish is a derech navedes Hashem and it works. But it's not Chabad. What is Chabad? Chabad is Avana Vasaga. The purpose of learning a Chabad Maimer is not to inspire you. In fact, if you want inspiration, it's probably not the best place to look. If I don't know the familiarity that you guys have with Chassidus Chabad, but if you're looking Friday night to come home and to have a nice word to say at your Shabbos table, don't open up a Sefer Amarim Samach Vav. It's not going to be very helpful to you. Instead, you're going to have a hemshech of 40 pages talking about 6 different madrigas in Yichud Eilah. Good luck with that. Because it's a different goal. It's a different nekuda. The goal over there isn't inspiration. The goal isn't over there to walk away with the heart on fire, which is the goal of Chassidus Chagas. But rather, the goal is Chabad. The goal is Havana Vasaga. So again, in the Chagas model, so you have the Rebbe, he's the engine, again, he's the battery, and he's inspiring. Inspires, again, through his Etzem Kedusha, inspires through his interactions, through uplifting the Chassidim, and through his Teiros. But the Teiros are not there to educate. The Teiros are not a philosophy. The Teiros are there to inspire. Teiros are there to inspire, and that's why the average vart in a Tefedah Shleima or a Neim Melech or Beir Mayim Chaim or whichever sefer you're going to look is a short vart. It's a short vart. So, and it's I'll say there are parshas with Derech, and it's a vart on the parsha. And contrast that l'moshel to l'shar Yichud v'Amunah, where you have 12 prakim, Pasha going and explaining be'emik the inyan of Achdus Hashem. That you don't, I don't believe you have that outside of Chabad. That nekuda where the nekuda is Pasha Havana Vasaga. There was a chassid whose name was Revolve Gringlass. A Hilaki, the Mashpia, he was in Mashpia Montreal. I had the schools of, I would say, learning by him, probably more like making trouble by him. Back many years ago when I was in Yeshiva over there. And he became, his Mashpia was a chassid who lived in Lodz, in Poland, passed away during the war, in the ghetto in Lodz. His name was Zalman Schneerson. This is Zalman Schneerson. He sent he was Mekadev a lot of Chassidim in Poland at the time, and sent Mekadev them to the Derech of Chabad. He sent them out to Tzvatsk to learn the Tanakh over there. And Revolve said that one of the things that when he wanted to give people a little understanding of what Chabad is, you tell them that there's a Maimer from the Rebbe Rashab, a Hemshech Mamarim from the Rebbe Rashab, and in that Hemshech there's a parenthesis which is a few hundred pages long. And I say, yes, open up a Ayin Beis, and you see the middle, it's 3 volumes. And in the middle of volume 2, there's the beginning of a Chatzi Eagle. And it ends a few hundred pages later, in the middle of volume 3. The Chatzi Eagle, which is a few hundred pages long. And that for the average Peilos Shabbat, it blew their mind. Again, because by them, they're used to learning a Torah, which is around a third of a page long. And here you have a parenthesis, a Chatzi Eagle, which is a few hundred pages long. But again, because the question is, what is the goal? What is the goal of it? So the problem is that the Alter Rebbe Befeders, there was a kaped on him by his Chavera. And many of the Chaverim, the Alter Rebbe felt that he was making a mistake. And this is not the derech. It's not the derech to be that the deepest secrets of the Torah and the Eifun of Havana Vasagish be made available to every single person. And once I heard a story. There was a chassid that lived in Karnais. He passed away around 10 years ago. His name was Mendel Merazov. He passed away. He was 100 years old, 101 years old. I stood up Farbrengen by him. And here from his father was a very famous chassid. His name was Ruchani Merazov. His father was the gabbai by the Rebbe Rashab and by the Frierdiker Rebbe. And he had memories from the Tafresh Pays, the 1920s. The Frierdiker Rebbe was still in Russia. It was very geschmack to Farbrengen by him. And one story he said that when he was a bacher, so we're talking about probably the 1930s, maybe early 1940s. So he once bumped into a chassid, Nishken Lubavitcher, a chassid from another chassidus. It was back in Russia. And this chassid told him, I see you're a Lubavitcher, let me tell you a story about the Balatanya, a story about the Alter Rebbe, which I heard from my from my sources. In other words, this isn't a story that went through the Lubavitch channels. This is every Siddur has their Mercedes. This is not a Lubavitch Mercedes. This is from another direction. Said that it's known that and this is Takinon, is that the Alter Rebbe was a bar plukta with the Baruch HaMezhebush. Baruch HaMezhebush, the Enikol of the Baal Shem Tov, but the Baruch HaMezhebush Referish felt that Chassidus Chabad it crossed the line. There are many stories about this, about the machlokes between the Alter Rebbe and the Baruch HaMezhebush. To move to the Gan Pasha, they had a tremendous amount of hadras kavod and respect for each other, but b'shita they disagreed with each other b'shita. And at a certain point in time, and this is what this Chassid told Rebbe, that the Alter Rebbe decided, he's going to Mezhebush, and they'll have it out with the Baruch. They'll sit and they'll talk, and they'll. And by the way, I don't know if this is mamish the same story, but if it's like, we know that, remember correctly, in Tov Kuf, around Tov Kuf Samachei, somewhere around there, the Alter Rebbe Taka went to the Baruch HaMezhebush. Here's the story. He's on his way. The Alter Rebbe is on his way to visit the Baruch HaMezhebush, and on the way he passes through a city, and in the city there was an older chassid, who was a chassid not from the times of the Baal Shem Tov. And this chassid hears that the Alter Rebbe is going to Kaviyachal to debate, and to have it out with the Baruch HaMezhebush. This chassid says, "Take me to the Alter Rebbe." They took him to the Alter Rebbe, and he says, "Don't do this. Not a good idea." By us, he said, because the Baruch HaMezhebush is a flam fire. You don't want to start up with him. He's fired. Alter Rebbe says, "How do you know he's fired?" He said that I remember B'shaite that I was once by Kiddush Levana by the Baal Shem Tov. And at that time, the Baruch HaMezhebush was 3 years old. He's a 3-year-old kid, so he's busy. He's running around like kids do, under between everyone's feet. And then the Baal Shem Tov calls him over and says, "Hinge lakum maher." So the Baruch went over to the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov picked him up. Baal Shem Tov pointed to the moon and says to him, "Hinge lakum maher." So the Baruch answered. He said, "Das is the Levana, das is Rosh Tevis, Lamed Beis and Sivus Hachach." 3 years old. He says, "That's the moon, that's the Levana, and that's Rosh Tevis, so Lamed Beis and Sivus Hachach." That's Alter Rebbe. This is the guy you want to start up with? Anyways, Alter Rebbe wasn't nispo, and he answered, and this is what this chassid told the man. He said, "As the Baal Shem Tov, Baal Shem Tov would have held a goat in his hand, and would have said the same thing." In other words, he was saying that this is not the greatness of the Baruch, this is the greatness of the Baal Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov would have held a goat, the goat would have said the same thing. Back upon him, it was a machlekes. It was a fetish of machlekes. Now, by Chassidim, we know, in general, everything that happens here, Lamata, is nostalgical from the way things are in illness, Aliyena. And Befrat, benegated to the imprisonment of Alter Rebbe, the Kabbalah, which is spoken about Medeir L'Deir, this was a kitrug against Chassidus. The fact that Alter Rebbe was put into prison was a kitrug against Chassidus. So, let me ask you a question. What was the kitrug? So the Misnagdim in Vilna, they were upset at Chassidus. Why? Because they felt Chassidus was wrong. They felt it was a kat. They felt it was apikursis. That's what caused the kitrug in heaven. That's what caused the kitrug in Shemayim. Imagine the Malachim one day in Shemayim, they're like, 1 second, you know what? Maybe they're right in the Vilna. Maybe Taki Chassidus is just kefira. Maybe this whole thing is a digression and it goes away from Derech HaTeirah. Of course not. By the way, no one's judging. No one's judging the Misnagdim at that time. And Yeshleimar, that most of them was L'Shem Shemayim. And there was a genuine fear that there's a new, it's reasonable. You have a new derech, a radical new derech, even a new nusach atfilah, new minhagim, right? I think that it's a very reasonable thing that when something of that sort happens, that there should be a fear. Where is this going to? There was a legitimate fear by many, including many people who were emes and Yerushalayim, and they were worried that this is the wrong path, the wrong way. There was a hisnaglus. But the fact that their fear was legitimate, in other words, the fact that they, I don't want to say legitimate, the fact that their fear maybe was justified and that were malamed chus on them, doesn't mean that they were right. They were wrong. They were wrong. Chassidus was not a problem in Avodas Hashem. Chassidus is beferish not going off from the derech of the Eibishter. Chassidus is good and amazing and is a deep secret of the Torah. There is no legitimacy to their taina whatsoever. So therefore, in heaven, that didn't cause a kitrug. It's not shaykh that the fact that the Misnagdim thought that Chassidus was whatever it was caused a kitrug. It's not shaykh. What was the cause of the kitrug? Cause of the kitrug was the chaverim of the Alter Rebbe, the heilige chavrai kadisha, who, by the way, they respected the Alter Rebbe, and who the Alter Rebbe respected them. But the problem was that their taina was correct. Their taina, that the deepest say this is the Torah, for that you have to be roi, was correct. And in heaven one day, was Tusachta. And so to say, in English it was like there was an injunction, equal. There was an equal on Chassidus Chabad. And that expressed itself in the fact that the Alter Rebbe was put into prison. And the Alter Rebbe then sat in prison for 53 days. One day for every Perek of Tanya. Are they say? Because it was a time that tzedakah, which doesn't mean that Alter Rebbe was wrong, but that means that there's something to consider. There's something serious. It doesn't show Mila every single day. You look another Perek Tanya. Every single day, okay, that's fine. That's good. That Perek, that's fine. After 53 days, it was decided that the Rebbe was going to be released, and that is a green light for Chassidus. Which, as I'm saying again, it doesn't mean that the other Talmidei Magid were wrong. That means that the Rebbe was given the green light from heaven, the Geshpanke was given, that from now on, Chassidus Chabad is a way which, in Hashemayim, they said that it's fine. So the Misnagdim, they were just a tool. They were a pawn. It wasn't really about them. It really wasn't about them. So what's kommt es? Alter Rebbe sat in prison, which, by the way, was a tremendous sakana for him, for Ochsen. And why did he sit in prison? For who? And the answer is, for me and for you. The answer is for everyone sitting here in this room, for everyone who thinks, maybe I'm not roy. Maybe I'm not roy for this. Maybe this is a little too holy for me. Maybe this is a little too high for me. That's why the Alter Rebbe sat in prison. Yutas Kislev is not the vindication of Chassidus. Chassidus doesn't need to be vindicated. Chassidus is the Evan HaToyiv Bekeser HaMelech. Chassidus is the Seydus HaTeirah. Yutas Kislev is that we can learn Chassidus. Anoshim, Noshim, maybe even Taf. That every single one of us has the right and the ability to avail ourselves of this Keser HaMelech, of the Evan Toyiv Bekeser HaMelech, of the deepest secrets of the Torah, and allow us to be able to use it in our Avodas Hashem. And that's the Hashem. That's what we're celebrating on Yutas Kislev. that the time that Yudas Kislev is when the time has come when every single one of us has the ability to take these secrets, the secrets of Torah, the highest parts of Torah, and to understand it in the way of Havana Vasaga, in a way that is transformative. And this is something that we take Yudas Kislev on the entire year. L'chaim, l'chaim l'vrach.
So why talk to when you got one of us?
Sorry?
Why talk to when you got one of us?
Good question. What? It's agreed upon. No. So the question that was asked is, very fair question. Why is it important? Why is it important, Taka? The Chamaisu Ayikar. What's wrong? What's wrong if I'm inspired? I have a Rebbe or other sources of inspiration, whatever they may be. Who says I have to understand? Who says that I need it as a philosophy? Because that's really that's what Chassidus Chabad is. It's the philosophy of Elikus. I mentioned before about this chassid I Farbrengen with. I attended his Farbrengen as Rabbi Marazah, his father B'chani Marazah. So how did he come to Lubavitch? I heard this story from him a few times. His father was a Yosem, not from Lubavitch Mishpacha, not from a Chassidish Mishpacha. Was a Yosem. And this is we're talking about in the 1890s, the late Tov Reish Nums. At that time, today we talk about the Magefa, people going off the Derech. It was much worse back then. The Einarech worse back then. The difference is that today people are going off the Derech. People get them Mevet Bali Taiva, Pashim Sa Taiva. Then, the Taiva then, David the Zara then, today David the Zara is Taiva. Then David the Zara was philosophy. And the many different isms, communism and socialism and Marxism and Zionism and all these, like then, like in yeshiva, like what was the biggest aveda was you found was a person who was sitting with Spinoza, was sitting with the philosopher. That was like the taiva to read these philosophy books. And the mother, when Chanya's mother was very scared that the son would try he's a yasam, so without a father, it's a very easy derech. I mentioned before my grandfather was a Damsker chassid. He was also a yasam. And he had 11 siblings, and he was the only one who remained from all the siblings. And talking about in Krakow before the war. It was how people were growing off the derech, and without a father is even. So he had with tremendous mesiras nefesh. She sent him off to yeshiva at a young age to Minsk, not a Chiddush yeshiva. But over there, as he testified later on in life, that he was very bucky in all the philosophies. So in other words, he managed to sneak in and to read all the Apikursish philosophies. But he was sitting and he was learning Gemara, Paiskim, and there was a Lubavitch Chassid in the city. His name was the Peretz. I don't know what his last name was. And he caught eye of this Bachar Chanya, and he saw that he's a Keli, an Emes Abal Kisha. So he approached him and said that Lubavitch, I'm going to for Yom Niraim to Lubavitch. This is Yom Niraim of Tov Reish Nun Ches, 1897. This is why did you come with me? I'll pay the ticket. I pay the ticket back and forth is on me. Now the truth is, I say, right next to the Minsk there was a shtat that was called Kodenov, and there was a Kodenov Rebbe over there. And Chanya had planned on actually going to Kodenov for Yom Niraim. He wanted to check out what this is all about. He was going to go to Kodenov. Then he gets this offer to go to Lubavitch. He's like, 1 second. Kodenov is right here. I can go anytime. Lubavitch is expensive. It's a ticket. I'm being offered a ticket. I may as well go to Lubavitch. Okay, so they go to Lubavitch together. And they get there before Rosh Hashanah, just in time for the chasna of the Fidik Rebbe. Fidik Rebbe got married, and Yud Gimel Al Tafish Nusain. And by that chasna, the Rebbe Rashab started singing a Hemshech. Famous Hemshech called Samach, the Samach Tafish Nusain. And then he stayed Rosh Hashanah. Another Hemshech began. Comes after Sukkot, and the Peretz tells Chanya, okay, let's go, we're going back. He said, I can't. Why not? He says, it's the middle of a Hemshech. You guys know what Hemshech is, right? A Hemshech is serialized Mamorim. Like you get a Mishpacha magazine and they have a serialized story. The Hemshech is a serial of Amarim. So you have the Rebbe the idea of Hemshech was started by the Rebbe Marash, but it was taken to a new level by the Rebbe Rashab. We have sometimes you can have tens or sometimes even hundreds of Mamarim, one after another, and it's a Hemshech. The most famous one I mentioned earlier was the Shoshek Dimo Tafei Shayim Beis. The Rebbe Rashab started saying in Shavuos Tafei Shayim Beis. So the Dibur HaMaskal, the first member is B'Shoshek Dimo Yisrael Masal Nishma, so it's known as B'Shoshek Dimo Tafei Shayim Beis. That's the longest one. There's another very famous one called Samach Vav, Yom Tov Shoshana Tafei Samach Vav, Lakapanim. It's basically a long Indian Chassidus, which is cut up into and given over in installments. And Chani was partially going crazy because philosophy he'd read, and suddenly over here, Lakus presented in a Masudic philosophical way in Havana Vasagan. He said, I can't leave. I'm in the middle of the Hemshech. So the Spanish told him to say that. You can stay as long as you want. Whenever you want the ticket back to Minsk, just send me a telegram, and I'll send you the ticket. Anyways, that telegram never came. And he ended up staying in Lubavitch, and so Stamas, the philosophy, so why? Who said it? What's Felton's philosophy? You have to learn Torah, you have to do mitzvahs, with a geschmack, with a chayish, with a bren. And why do you need philosophy? So here we're busy talking about the Milo Yitas Kislev, was that every single Yid has the access to the philosophy of a Lakus. Right there. Good question. You want the philosophical answer? Chaim. Mike says it. The emphasis is if you want, I can speak to you from a practical perspective. The Maila of Chabad, but that's not what it's about. In other words, practice Gerat, to what way does it help you in your Vedas Hashem? I'm sure it does help you in your Vedas. I'm sure that Mailas and that also are better. Chabad, the Nina Chabad is more about the Kavanah Yenan and less about the practical advantages. Because, I said this earlier, practically speaking, Chagas works. Chagas works. I think everyone here knows people who are Chassidic Chagas, other Sheina, Vela, Yidin, Yiddish Mai Metachos, right? Sir, the Eivish there. But to answer the question, I want to go a little different direction. It's fine. We'll come back. In Chabad, it is known that we don't get very excited over Nisim. Miracles aren't. Mizak, that the wife of the Tzemach Tzedek was the third Rebbe Chabad. The Alter Rebbe, then his son was the Mittler Rebbe, then his son-in-law was also a grandson of the Alter Rebbe, the Tzemach Tzedek. So his wife, her name was also Rebbe Chaim Mushka, and she was the daughter of the Mittler Rebbe. The Mittler Rebbe was the son of the Balatanya. And she once said that by the Taten, meaning by the Mittler Rebbe, so miracles, mofsim were valgering under the table, unter den Tisch, and no one had the time to pick them up. The time or the interest. Miracles happen. It wasn't. The Lubavitch is never really too impressed by miracles. Maybe today you say, so Lubavitch is impressed by miracles. That's not a Chabadske. It's not a Emes of Lubavitch. Which, of course, when there's miracles, there has to be Yedel Hashem Chasdei, Zagen Hagem. You have to think that Eibishter. Yeah, but at the end of the day, for whatever reason, the Lubavitch, we don't make a big deal out of this. Yeah, they happen, of course. Tzaddikim, we know they're able to do nisim, but why not? And the Emek is that miracles are amazing, but in a subtle way, in a dakistic way, a miracle, a nas, is bestirred to the idea, to the concept of Achdus Hashem. I know that sounds a strange thing to say, but let me explain what I mean by that. What is a nes? What is a nes, and when is a nes needed? A miracle is, when do we need a miracle? We need a nes when, by definition, things aren't going well. The Yidden are enslaved in Mitzrayim, so you need a nes, because Al Pi Derech HaTeva, Parah is not letting the Yidden go. Al Pi Derech HaTeva, so the Eved, even one Eved can't escape Mitzrayim. Lachas Kama V'Kama 600,000, so you need a nes. So there we go. We have Dam, Tzfadei, Akin, and Marev, right? Is that the way things are supposed to be? There's a hell and Behesta and a Lakus over here. There's a Menagit to the Eibishter. Menagit, Pare. Habnish Kebreda, we do a nes. But if the world was Kitikunai, meaning if the emes of the Eibishter was revealed everywhere, you wouldn't need a nes. But I want to take it even deeper than that. When you have a nes, that means that Teva is not cooperating. So what does a nes mean? That the Eibishter says, hey, I'll show you who's boss. I'll show you who's boss. I'm stronger than Teva. So if Teva right now is not following the agenda, if Teva is not doing the way it's supposed to do, that's fine. And then you have Shidud Marches Teva, right? The Eibishter says, I'm stronger than Teva, which is awesome, and it's great that the Eibishter is stronger than Teva. But Achdus Hashem Einid Mulvadei means that there is nothing that's menagi to the Eibishter. The moment that there's a menagid, which the Eibishter has to kaviyachal overpower, that's a problem. Again, it's not about the end result. The end result is good when you have a nes. But the fact is, this is what, by Yitzias Mitzrayim, what happened over there? The Eibishter says a bunch of times, Yodim Mitzrayim Kani Hashem, right? KCS Mitzrayim. And therefore, when the Yidden left Mitzrayim, so there'd be chipazon that they run out of Mitzrayim beferish. Why? Because they're still Ra. And when Mashiach comes, on the other hand, what is it? We're not running anywhere. Why? Because where are we going to? We're not going to a place of Nes. We're not going to a place where there's Nisim. When Mashiach comes, there's no Nisim. Because a Nes always implies that there is something deficient, there's something missing, and we need to have an override. We need to have a band-aid. Mashiach comes, Teva itself expresses Elokus. What is the most Mashiach Yamtiv that there is Purim. Which is why it says that when it states that you may have Purim Elu, right? Right? That even Mashiach comes, and what is the greatness of Purim? By the way, if the first Yamtiv is Pesach, because Rosh Hashanah let it go is Pesach, and the Ma'ila Makedesh, the last Yom Tov of the year is Purim, which is the highest Yom Tov of the year. And think about it, the Yom Tov with the most Nisim is Pesach, and the Yom Tov where there's no Nisim at all is Purim. And Chanukah is Al Derech Zeh. Even though there's Nes Pakshanan. But let's talk about Purim for a second. What happened Purim? No Nisim at all. It's a good question. What?
Soft Kalanis.
It's a different form of nes. It's a nes which is mulubish in Teva, and that's the greatest nes. What? That what there was a sapcha, yeah, sapcha, which is sapcha means that there is no menagid anymore. But the main thing is that's not pshat that the Eibishter looks and says, Teva, you're a problem. So therefore, Teva, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to suspend you, and we're going to bring in a Psanu, no, Teva is also Lukus. Teva also expresses Lukus. You want to see, take a look. Everything's going on with Teva, and exactly what's supposed to happen is going to happen, because Teva is also only an expression of the Eibishter. And that's greater. That's the greatest Yom Tov. That's the Mashiach Teki Yom Tov. There's a Mahmir Taka from the Rebbe, where the Rebbe says, the only chsaron for him is that at the end of the day, you look back, and it looks funny. It looks suspicious. Think about it. Vashti is killed, Esther, Haman, it's almost like too perfect, right? And the ultimateness is La'is and the Fleish, Del Slavada, in Balanes, Makir Benisai. Why? Why is that the greatest ness? Why is that Neflois Gedelis? The state, La'is and Neflois Gedelis Slavada. What is Neflois Gedelis? Is what? Is the Ein Balanes Makir Benisai. Why is that the greatest ness? Because why ain't Balanes Makir Benisai? Because everything's working the way it's supposed to work. That's the way the world's supposed to function, where the Eibishter doesn't, it's not the Eibishter isn't a power that comes from above and overpowers. Everything expresses a lukus. Like the imagination that for generations that people had about the Mesa Mashiach, in a way, is a little of a childish imagination. Nisim, because after all, you look at all the nevuos, right? This, that, all. It's not shaykh abidar chatava. Obviously, it's not going to be abidar chatava. And today, with every single day that passes, we realize, oh, that's der chatava, that's der chatava, that's der chatava, right? I don't know. You want to go on an Eagle? I want to go first class. Whatever airline it is. By mir upkulik, that's what confident in the Shardim is. Now, that's not a ness anymore. It's Tom. You're making light. No, that's the ultimate godless. The ultimate godless is because it's not the David created world, and the world is terrible. So therefore, every once in a while, boom, we have to throw in some miracle to make it good. No. The Eibishter looks at the world and he says, he looks and says, wow, it's perfect. You don't need Nisim, it's perfect. You have Chet HaTzadas, messed everything up. And the ultimate is Teva. The ultimate is Dafka Teva. And that's why in Chabad, a Nes is a problem. We don't want Nisim, we want Teva. We want the Teva should express the Lukus. Why did the Rebbe make that change? First time, the Pashas. That's a warning. Anyway, you can ask whatever you want. What change did the Rebbe make? You think the Rebbe did this? What? Leave it for after. I don't obviously agree with you, but let's. You know, we have to get back. What? We have to get back. Oh, okay. I see. It's bothering people.
It's not bothering. Beautiful. Said, but at the same time.
But the Rebbe.
No, what you just said was beautiful.
Yeah.
But the purpose is Teva.
Yeah.
But my stories.
But by the Rebbe, you'll notice almost every single nest was in a way of Teva.
So why does this idea of Nisim exist?
So
give us a false hope, or is Nisim really? So,
1 second. Okay, so by the way, you're probably wondering how did I take a left turn from the topic about Havana Vasagya? It's Al-Sazal. By the way, the more you know, you realize everything is bad. What do I mean by that? In our lives also, there's Nes and there's Teva. It's actually in the Gate to Chanukah. There's a Sikh from the Rebbe that talks about this. Kabbalah Seil is Nes. In our life, Kabbalah Seil is Nes, and Havana Vasagya is Teva. Think about it. If the idea of Nes is something which goes against your Teva, Kabbalah Seil is when you go against your Teva. I'm doing it the Eibishter once, it's not my Teva. It doesn't make sense to me necessarily. Not in the mood of doing it, but I do it anyways. That's a Nes. That's a personal Nes. This is more amazing. Okay, Chanukah. But at the end of the day, Achdus Hashem, go back to your saying, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. the Kavanah Eliyena is that every single element of creation should express Elokus. Overrides is not the Kavanah, and a Nes is the override. And to a certain extent, Chagas is an override. Chagas is a Nes.
Why? Because the Rebbe is, it's not about Chagas. It's about the Rebbe's being.
The derech of Chagas. The derech of Chagas, the emek inyan of Einid Movadi, the emek inyan of Dira B'Tachtoina, which means that every single part of Bria has to express a Lukus, requires Chabad. Sorry? Namatzad Yigiyah. Yidiyah. Asaver de eigene Zach. That's my emes. The emes of the Eibishter is my emes. Because think about it for a second. Whenever you're talking about inspiration, and again, inspiration works. 100% inspiration works. But when you're talking about inspiration, by definition, inspiration means it's not me. I'm being inspired from something outside of me. When I say I'm inspired to do something, that's not natural me. I'm being inspired to do it. I'm being inspired by my Rebbe. I'm being inspired by a Nigan. But what does it mean that I'm not inspired because that's me? Where is the me? The me is in the Chabad. Me is in the Chabad. I could be inspired to do another Yiddah Tov. I could be inspired to do a mitzvah. And what Chabad is trying to do, and this is by starting from the top, because Chabad is the top. In other words, Chabad is your perspective, your thought patterns. It's the way, and then when you understand things in a certain way, and you connect to them, which what is Chabad all about? I know some of you came to me beforehand, and you told me that you listened to Les Tartanya, so maybe you remember this. What is Chachma Bina Das? Chachma is awareness. You become aware of something. After something. Bina, you process it. Mental, mefashtet is good. And anything, you walk into the room, the first thing is Chachma. You see Chachma is V'iyah. Einei Eda is Chachma Eda, right? Chachma is associated with Einayim, with V'iyah. And then Chachma is your bittul, your openness to something outside of you. Or something from a deeper place inside you. And the next thing is you have to process it and an Eifan Havana Vasaga, which is Bina. Then Das, you have to connect it. Because you can have Chachma, you can have Bina, but then it has to become personal, it has to become relevant. And then what happens? You have Midas. Then automatically you feel that way about something. That's the whole human psychology, that everything starts from something I become aware of, which then I mentally process. I process it in my head. And then, by the way, I don't necessarily have to. If I then connect to it, and that's an avodah itself, is connecting to it, because otherwise it's something which is abstract. You can learn, you can know every single sefer over here, but if it's only Chachma Bina, so it's not going to have a pull on you. It has to be Das, which it's a separate avodah, and Yigia, a Pashat, vacant sich in the inyan, and Pashat connecting it to yourself. And what's automatically going to happen? You're going to have midas. It's going to cause midas, and the midas leads to machshava di bar ma'isa. But then what happens is it's who you are. It's who you are. When you what? That's the rule. That's the rule. I'm serious about that. There we go. Chaim Levrach. Chaim.
You have it in your mind, you have it in practice, but still thinking with something that doesn't express Gettlichkeit.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to answer. I don't know if it's going to answer your question. You can hear a beautiful song from Mordechai and David, Einid Movadi. I think he has a song, Einid Movadi, right? Great stuff. Einid Movadi. Einid Movadi. Einid Movadi. This person was sitting the whole night being misbein in Einid Movadi, And the Pamish, he comes to Akara, Eidei Mavade. And then he gets out, walks out of the room, and he says, he bumps his nose against the wall, in the hall over there. Eidei Mavade, and the wall. Obviously, and the wall, right? But when you hear that song in Eid Milvad, and you're on fire about it, that's despite you. 1 second, let me finish. What do you mean that's despite you? That means it doesn't make sense to you. Du verstehst das nicht. What does that mean in Eid Milvad? There's a table here. There's an eggplant over here. And by the way, you know what's the biggest thing that there is other than the Eibishter? You know what's the most important thing there is aside from the Eibishter? Me. You're close, right? Me. Yeah. Ich bin a Metzias, right? Everything else, I don't know. Aber ich bin a Metzias, I know, right? So, but at the end of the day, okay, so here's what's going to happen. Itake doesn't make so much sense in the Valley. It's true. It doesn't make so much sense. Aber, I'll sing the song again. And I'm going to suppress my understanding of this. And again, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that derech doesn't work. But at the end of the day, that derech relies upon suppression. Suppressing my understanding of something, my reality, for a different reality. Let me just finish 1 second, I'll get back to you. Siddur Chabad says, stop suppressing. Your reality should be one with Eibish's reality. Go learn Shaykhid V'Emunah. Go learn Shaykhid V'Emunah, and then you look at the world and, yeah, Eimid Mavad. Why? Because that makes sense. And then that has a pull on the midas. And the kavanah where we're trying to get to is a place of teva, not nes. A place where kol kuli, I look at another yid and I see what a yid is apitera. Because I understand it, it makes sense to me. And by the way, I look at myself, it's even harder. I see myself as a yid, what yid is apitera. I understand Torah al-pitera, I understand Bria al-pitera, the Eibishter. And it's not something which I am superimposing on myself. That becomes my mitzias. I become part of the Eimid Mulvade. I had too much l'chaim to be able to even understand what you just said. Symptom mistake of shite is like, wow.
No, it means to say from one side, the Shabbat came and said, symptom like you shita, right?
Yeah.
From the other side, you don't say there's nothing, you don't symptom. There's the innocent symptom. But it's like you shita.
Right.
Only Chabad said this.
I'm trying to.
Another symptom of Shabbat, right?
Yeah.
Another symptom of Shabbat, you say the whole world is just like a mush, not the emes of that. No.
I didn't know that, by the way. No, I'm not.
The symptom is the emes of symptom. When you do a mitzvah, you the emes make a deal with that word.
Which sikha? Sorry?
The sikha from Bari Dal, the high shaykhid v'men.
Yeah.
It's the emes of symptom. When you do a mitzvah, you're changing the word.
That's what Al-Tarab's Babarni, you pay, yeah.
From the other side, you say symptom like Yipshita, because everything is Hashem. This is only Chabad.
And how does that?
This is only Chabad. Because on one side, you see the world, the emes of God. On the other side, you say symptom like Yipshita.
I hear. So that's Asia's haskalah to the extreme what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to agree or disagree because I need to process what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying. Oh yeah, mama, yeah, Chaim Ubracha. Yeah. Yeah. So, Agrees is Sugya. You're pointing out, at the end of the day, we celebrate Pesach. Pesach is a Yom Tov. Pesach is Aveda Veskafia. Ki Baruch Ha'am. That's the Aveda of Pesach. Baruch Ha'am, there's a bricha from something. And that's Haschalos Aveda. Reishus Aveda, the Ikra V'Sharsha. Which means, Ikra V'Sharsha means that we never really move away from there. It's always, our Aveda is always miyusad on the Aveda of Kabbalah Seil, on the Aveda of Veskafia. And to a certain extent, the biggest Gili of the Kus is not through the Aveda of Veskafia. But ultimately, what we're moving towards is the Madre, is a Sapcha. This is a Sapcha. Yeah. Merakta is a Sapcha. Yeah. And every single area of a life is Hebsacham, with Meida'ani, with Haidar, with the Skafia, and then we move on. Then we move on to Sapcha. Just sit right here, people. So the emphasis is that if you want to talk about what is the biggest chiddush since Chabad, the biggest, I know that's a big statement to say. What is the biggest chiddush? Give him a l'chaim. What is the biggest chiddush? The most revolutionary chiddush of Siddur Chabad. Anyone who knows what's the most revolutionary idea in Tanya? It flips everything on its head. Sorry? No. It's a big idea, but not the most revolutionary. Revolutionary means, in other words, the opposite of the way everyone thought about it till then, and the MS, the opposite of the way which is natural, and we think about it today also. And that's the idea of Dira B'Tachtena. Dira B'Tachtena. It's a fully encompassing worldview which goes against everything.
Who's against it?
The Ramchal.
What's the other side?
That's not. Yeah. Let me explain to you. Yeah. Is the Kavana our world or is the Kavana Elam Haba? Yeah. Good point. That's what I'm It costs over here to say something. Chaim. Where we put in this world, and by the way, Lakewood is Ir Abira for this. Lakewood is Ir Abira for Elam Haza is garnished. Elam Haza is meaningless and it's worthless. And Elam Haba is where it's all at. And we were put over here in this world to survive. Elam Haza is a challenge. It's a challenge that we're meant to overcome. And the main thing is, Elam Haza Deima, right? The Preiser, looking at Trakman, Hatzmacha, Hasken, Hatzmacha, the Preiser, the Shtikanis, like Trakman. Yeah. Selbe Sach. We live in a world, and the world is a bad place. The world is a bad place. And the whole world is one big Nisayan. And the only thing that's good is Torah mitzvahs. And when we learn Torah, we do mitzvahs, and we pass the test, and then we go to Yom Shekul Yarach. It comes along the Alter Rebbe and Tanya, based on a Farvar from the Medrash Tanchum Gesvu, and says, and then Elam Haza isn't a Nisayan that we're meant to overcome in order to get Elam Haba. The Taklas Hakavana is Elam Haza. Why did the Neshama? And that's exactly why we will. When Mashiach comes, the Machlekes in the Rambam and the Ramban, and Kabbalah Taka holds that Chaim Nitzchim done Elam Haza. What? Chaim Nitzchim and Elam Haza. Chaim Nitzchim and Elam Haza. You're not masking. Okay, we can agree to disagree. What? Oh, you get that? Why would anyone want that? No, that's such a perfect expression of what Chassidus is about. Why would you want that? By the way, the whole mitzvah, if you want to look in the Derech Mitzvah, mitzvah sisters on Tzedek, he brings on the Shitta of the Rambam, that according to the Rambam, the top was Kol Yisrael Elam Haba is Gan Eden. And the Ramban says that Elam Haba is Elam Atchiyah. And he goes, the Tzedek is like the Ramban doesn't the Ramban doesn't make any sense. Why would you want that? The Tanugim in Gan Eden are so much greater than Tanugim over here. And it's a whole rayas that you can't even begin to imagine Tanugim in Gan Eden. And why should we stay stuck on here? And come, but then the Chassidus Kabbalah is Beferish Shnai. The Kavanah is on here. The Sava Kadosh Baruch Hu leads the Dir B'Tachtein. The Kavanah is on here. And by the way, which reframes the whole Mashiach. Mashiach is not a reward. Mashiach is the objective. Mashiach is not, we do mitzvahs, we get rewarded when Mashiach comes. No. The goal, the Eibishter wants Mashiach. That's where we're headed to. When we get to the Eibishter, this is what I wanted. It's not a reward. It's a very, very different way of looking at things. And that impacts every single area of life. This idea of Dir B'Tachtenim impacts every single area of everything. Because what it means is that the words greater and higher can never go together. Because if it's greater, it's not higher. If it's higher, it's not greater. Dir B'Tachtenim means that the greatness is in the top. Baruch, who are you holding, Tanya? Lamed. Wow. Mamash, you're too cracking away from this. This is where it's all good. Chaim of Rachas. Chaim. What? Not in a Eifan of Havana Vasarga like the Alter Rebbe does. So, why am I? Oh. So that's the marshal in any area. The marshal Limudat Torah versus Kiyam Mitzvahs. What's greater? The Alter Rebbe talks about it, right? So on the one hand, we have that Talmud Torah K'nei Kulam. On the other hand, so mevatlum Talmud Torah for a mitzvah which is actually also de'achirim. By the way, Haguf is almost like Tzarech Bir, the Manoshach. If a mitzvah is more important than Talmud Torah, then you should be mevatlum Talmud Torah, even if it's not actually also de'achirim. And if Talmud Torah is greater, then why do you mevatel it, even if the mitzvah can't be done by someone else? Which one's greater? But the answer is no. Talmud Torah is higher. And mitzvahs are greater. Why are mitzvahs greater? Because mitzvahs are mikvah, ultimate dir b'tachtenim is not through kima mitzvahs. So therefore, if someone else can do the mitzvah, learn Torah, because ultimately the limit of Torah is higher. But if no one else could do it, the kavanah is not the mitzvah, so therefore you have to go and you have to do the mitzvah. Shabbos and the weekday. Shabbos is higher. The weekday is greater. And if I may say this over here in Lakewood, Yesh Re'el and Bali Esek, Yisachar and Zavulun. Yesh Re'el are higher, Yisachar is higher, but Zavulun is greater. Bali Esek are greater because and there is the kavanah dafka of Dira B'Tachteinu of bringing the Eibishter into every single area of this world. And again, in every single area, it changes the whole perspective on everything. From the Rebbe from Yud Shvat Tavshin Lamed Beis. We know that in the Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe passed away. The Frierdiker Rebbe was nostalgic on Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud. Frierdiker Rebbe, who, by the way, I don't know if how many of you aware this, but the Frierdiker Rebbe came to America in Adar of Tavshin, and the first Pesach Tavshin, he spent in Lakewood, New Jersey. There you go. When did Rabbi Adam come here? What year? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that history.
40 years later.
What?
40 years later.
Not 40 years later. Pesach 1940, the Frierdiker Rebbe was here.
43.
43. So, okay. No. But if you understand Dirib Tachtenim, you understand why it wasn't. No, that's exactly the Nakudah. Rabbi Adam was looking to run away from the world, to come to a place. And the Frierdiker Rebbe is in Kail Hameina Shal Remi, in the Darton, in New York City, right? That's Darton. That's where it's going to be. It's part of the, yeah. Akapanim is the Frierdiker Rebbe comes to America. And, this is for Farbrengen for another time. Maybe I use the Samuel's Farbrengen or use Schwarz Farbrengen, but the Frierdiker Rebbe was Hafli Upella. He comes to America in 1940, by the way, Tzubrachen in Gansen. Pasha Begashmis. Paralyzed, having suffered multiple strokes, multiple sclerosis. He's in a wheelchair. He can barely speak. He can't verstehen was because of the stroke. And America is Nishtanderish, and that's it. We're starting to... We're conquering the world and going on the offense, which was many years before anyone even thought of Kiruv. There's actually a Sikha in the Frierdiker Rebbe in the 1940s, where he says that all the Rabbanim today, the Pasha Mishlaft, the Pasha asleep. The problem was going on with the assimilation and everything. He says the day will come. The day will come. They'll all wake up and they're going to start doing this. And when that happens, you're also going to say that they're the ones who started it. That's what he says. The Frierdiker Rebbe says this in the 1940s.
This is what is happening.
What? Yeah. But good. Baruch Hashem, and the Nesiras Nefesh of the Frierdiker Rebbe is Pasha Lahafli. On a very simple level, by the way. So one of the things the Frierdiker Rebbe did is he opened up a yeshiva in the Bronx. Sent a shliach to the Bronx and opened up a yeshiva there. Mordechai did all time. And pretty much because of that, that's why I'm on Lubavitch, and why I'm from. In other words, because my grandparents lived in the Bronx at that time, and they were discarded through that, and sent my father to the yeshiva over there. But this is Frierdiker Rebbe with zero manpower, zero money, zero resources. There was nothing. Chabad in America was a shtubel. 770 Eastern Parkway is a shul this size, Anerach. That was the Chabad headquarters, and from there was good. On Yud Shabbos, but the Frierdiker Rebbe, he couldn't speak. He couldn't understand what he's saying. Recently, a few years ago, there came out a recording, because he spoke. He did speak. He said sichos, but we can't understand. A few years ago, Anna Fitzella recording was with you for the first time. We heard the Frierdiker Rebbe's voice saying the sichah. And the one thing that was amazing to me, I always knew that the Frierdiker Rebbe was it was hard for him hard to understand what he's saying. But you saw over there, every word that the Frierdiker Rebbe was saying was max effort. Pasha, you could see Pasha that get the reis the neshama mit yada vart. It was so hard for you could tell that you can hear from the recording. You hear the mamatz, the exertion, the effort. So at a certain point in time, around 1947, around Tafshin Zayin, the Fidik Rebbe stopped saying Mamarim. Instead, stopped saying Mamarim. Mamarim Chassidus, he stopped saying them, but instead, he wrote Mamarim. But that is, because Ad Yemi Achron was Shabbos, so Ad Erev Yemi Achron, he was writing, the Fidik Rebbe was writing. The last letter we have written from the Fidik Rebbe was Tes Shvat Tafshin Yud. Yud Shvat Tafshin Yud was the yahrzeit of the Fidik Rebbe's grandmother, Rebbe Rivka, the mother of the Rebbe Rasham. So in the Chavd, the yahrzeit of his grandmother, he gave out a mimer. That was Shabbos Yud Shvat. So in advance of that, it was printed, and that was the mimer Basi Adagani. Shabbos Yud Shvat in the morning, the Fidik Rebbe was nostalgic. So Basi Adagani is the last mimer we have from the Fidik Rebbe, and the Rebbe. So that became, he ended there. The Rebbe started there. And by the way, in case anyone wonders why Lubavitchers are such radical Chassidim, and why we have such crazy Iskasher style Rebbe, and a lot of you wonder about that. And the reason why is because we have a good teacher. Our Rebbe taught us what it means to be a Chassid. The Rebbe's Iskasher, the Fidik Rebbe, was not normal. Pasha not normal. Like no other Chassidim ever had someone to teach them what it means to be a Chassid. We had that. I mean, just to take into consideration that the fact that the Rebbe, throughout the Nesias, the Rebbe is going to the Oil, the Fidik Rebbe, so in the early years in the Nesias, only twice a month, minimum. By the time we got to, when I was there, in the early 1990s, the Rebbe is going minimum twice a week to the scene of the Fidik Rebbe. I don't believe there's any parallel to that by any Chassidus of a Rebbe who's busy going more than twice a week to the Il. You wrote to the Rebbe, you wanted a bracha. Again, this is 40 years after the stock of the Fidik Rebbe. The standard answer is, you want a bracha? What's the answer? Ask her al Tziyin. I'll ask you. I'll mention you when I'm at the scene of the Fidik Rebbe. And if you listen to the Sichos of the Rebbe constantly, the Rebbe desver Nasi Dereno, the Rebbe desver the Nasi, the Nasi is like, the Rebbe taught us what it means, like, devotion of a chassid to the Rebbe, but the Rebbe with the tachlis. We have now the Shemis that comes out from the after Gimel Tammuz, they found, and by the Rebbe they found the notebooks. So the Rebbe's Shemis, and included is also Yumanim from the Rebbe. So he's busy transcribing what he heard from the Fidik Rebbe on different occasions. And the bittul of the Rebbe to the Fidik Rebbe, I sense a son-love. They say familiarity breeds contempt, right? The closer you get, the less. This is the Rebbe's. The Rebbe will write a word, and he writes after lay butter, whether I heard this word or that word, like in something which seems to be very inconsequential. The diuk of the Rebbe in every word of the Fidik Rebbe, which is something which the Rebbe continued throughout the Nesias. When the Rebbe was talking something from Fidik Rebbe, you could tell it was Kedesh Kadashim. That's where we got it from. The Rebbe taught us what it means to be a chassid. By the way, the shluchim, all those other worlds. You want to know who shluchim they are? The shluchim from the Shred. Always. These are the shluchim from the Fidik Rebbe. The Rebbe, there was nothing. There was nothing on his own. Everything was the Shred. Everything was the father. Like upon him, every single year, Yud the Rebbe said a Maimer Basi Lugani. Based on that, and that Maimer Basi Lugani, which the Fidik Rebbe gave out the print on his, for the day of his Estalkus. Yud Shvat Tavshin Lamed Beis. It went to just to give you an idea. Some more examples. I'm sorry. There was the Rabbi of Philadelphia. His name was Rabbi Yalos. What's the Rav? He once came to the Rebbe and like, why do you daven at 10 o'clock in the morning? Davening on 10 o'clock. I was like, that's the way it was by the shred. I was like, it was by the shred. That's all. Like Tashim Memches, Sukkot Tashim Memches. So by Chabad there was always the minig, and is the minig Adayim that by Halo we hold only the lulav, and then when we deem to the Nanoim, so by Hoydu or by Ana we pick up the Esrog, we put the Esrog, but otherwise the Esrog, and then afternoon you put the Esrog down, only holding the lulav. That's what always was by the Rebbe. That's how we saw by the Rebbe. So that was the minig. And suddenly Tashon Ches, we see the Rebbe. He's holding the lulav and Esrog together the entire Halo. And everyone's like, wonder what's what's going on over here is different. The Rebbe addressed it, but one of the sikhs of the night of Sukkot, and the Rebbe says, says the reason why that I hold only the lulav all these years is because that's the way it was by the shver. And the Rebbe says, the pashtus, the reason why there was that way by the shver is because of his health. He couldn't hold the asrik. Pasha couldn't hold the asrik. And the Rebbe said, but it doesn't make a difference. If that's the way the shver did it, that's the way I do it. Period. End the story. And the Rebbe was like, yeah, it was the hell, but if that's the way the shver did it, I say that's the minute. And the Rebbe says, because this year is a Shnas Hakel. So therefore, I thought to myself that in honor of Hakel, bring together Yidden to hold the Esrig, and the Rebbe said it's a Mesiras Nefesh for me to do that. To go, because to do something different than what the Shver did is a Mesiras Nefesh. But for Hakel, I figured I was going to do it anyways. But to give you an idea that for the Rebbe to go and to hold the Esrig, which is Minig Yisrael, by the way, but since that's not what the Shver did, it's Mesiras Nefesh, the Rebbe says. Anyways, it's all Maimer HaMusker. But by the way, Farbrengen is all Maimer HaMusker, so it's good. What? Yidal Kislev, it's got right, yeah.
Never continued that.
No.
Only that year.
Only that year. And by the way, today in Chabad, that's Taka the Minig, is that on Hakel we hold Lulav and Esrik together, and every other year we hold only Lulav. That's the Minig. Yud Shvat Tav Shlam Abid is a Sikha, by the way. You can watch the Sikha. It's on video. You can listen to it. The Rebbe started talking about the idea of Basi Lagani. And the Rebbe says, we know that what is Basi Lagani? The Eibishter says, this is that L'makim Shei Ikri Batchila, that when the Eibishter created the world, Ikir Shchina B'tachteina Meisa. And then afterwards, Kadach Chetei Tzadas, another Chatoim, so the Shchina went up higher and higher and higher, until afterwards there were Shiva Sadikim. And the Shiva Sadikim, they brought the Shchina down here, until Moshe Rabbeinu, because call it, that he was a Shvi, called a Shvi and Chavivim, so he brought the Shechina down here, Lamata, Vayirad Hashem al Har Sinai, and then even more later by in the Mishkan. So the Gani is here. The Gani is in Masa. So the Rebbe says over there, Darvisim. Mit Darvisim, that Elam Haza is a Gan. Elam Haza is the Gan of the Eibishter. The Elam Haza is a beautiful place. This is the place where the Eibishter takes pleasure in. And the fact that we look at the world and we think it's a bad place, that's the Yetzer Hara. It's the Yetzer Hara trying to convince us it's a bad place. It's a good place. This is the Gan of the Eibishter. And we just have to reveal that it's the Gan of the Eibishter. The whole Sikh, the whole Adichas. And Mitracht. I don't know if there was ever a Gadol Yisrael until Tafshalan and Beis who stood up and said that this world is a good place. This world is a good place. Elam Haza is a Gan. This world's a terrible place. It's Malay. It's filled with everything bad and the syeness, and we're looking to survive the situation. And comes along the Rebbe and says, not the Elam is a Gan. And by the way, and after the Farbrengen, you think the Rebbe, everything was smooth sailing? There were a bunch of Chassidim who went to the Rebbe. What do you mean? It's a statement in Tanya. Elam Haza is called in Perik, what's that? Perik Vav? What is it in Perik Vav in Tanya? It says, what? Malik Klippis and Shoim Gavrim Bay, right, and everything. And how can you say it's a Gan? The Rebbe spoke about it by next Farbrengen. I think Tu B'Shvat, the Rebbe spoke about it. And the Rebbe said, it's full of Klippis. What does the word Klippa mean, by the way? What does the word Klippa mean? It's a shell. That's exactly what I said. The Klippa. And why is it that this world is the Gan from the Eibishter? That's exactly what we're saying. Yeah, in a Chanami. The Yetzer Hara comes and everything. That's developed the Shlach. It's the Eibishter's Gan. This was the place the Eibishter wants to have a dir over here. It's all part of this Nekuda dir b'tachtein. And the Zelbazach also, we are part of the Tachtein. Not only part of it, the Rebbe Rashab famously says that even though the Eibishter wants to dir b'tachtein, the Iker desire of dir b'tachtein is the Eibishter wants law de relishkein b'neshamas Yisrael. At the end of the day, we're the Tachlit Sekhavat. Ultimate Tachtin is me. The ultimate Tachtin is you. My Seichel. There's nothing more yeshustik than my Seichel. Nothing that thinks Aniva Avsi. And to bring a lakus into my Seichel is the ultimate dir b'tachtenim. The ultimate dir b'tachtenim is that my Metzias is durchgenum mit lakus. And not that I'm inspired, not that there's an override, but my Metzias alein says a lakus. And that's the Nekuda of dir b'tachtenim and Chabad are connected. You want to know why is dir b'tachtenim the biggest chiddush Chabad? Because dir b'tachtenim is Chabad. It's Hainu Hach. What is Chabad? as that the Welt itself, mitzad atzma, has to be a keli for Lakus. Not that there's a Welt and somehow or other we have to override it. But the Lakus itself is in the Welt.
How could be you took it from the Magid Hashem to they themselves?
I don't know if you're saying l'chaim l'fiyarach what you're speaking. L'chaim l'vrach. I'm out.
Say every day I understand, even though I feel that I'm being and I have a that's a feeling. Understanding that I'm someone to explain that this environment is I don't understand. I understand that my mind is limited and there's something above it. So as much as I'm understanding there can be something above it, it's not suppressing. You say it's suppressing.
Anything above you doesn't mean that there's something above you.
No, not above you. I mean to say, or I'm saying above me means something that I can't understand. Even though I feel that I'm in the seas, right? But I understand that I'm not. I feel that I'm not.
How do you understand that you're not? What does it mean that you're not a Metzias? If you're coming from a place of Shaykh V'Mona, I'm with you. But otherwise, what does it mean that how do you understand you're not a Metzias?
I'm not my own Metzias. I'm not my own Metzias.
Explain what that means.
It means that Hashem has created me every second. I have no koyach on my own. I have no say on my own. I have nothing on my own.
Where did you find this? Where did you find this? No, it's not. This is so. No, say this is Chassidus Chabad. That's already like I remember. That's amazing. It's awesome. If you want a deeper understanding of this and a reicher understanding, learn it inside. What I'm saying is, what you're saying with the pashtus. This is something we saw the Rebbe Kachsechem and explains it at every single side and Achtus Hashem on every single side. But that's
Maybe it's only about the moon.
Emunah is nishus mirat. Yeah.
They say glide.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that also someone believes he understands also.
And that's amazing.
He feels differently. He feels differently. He feels the judging. What case he feels that he needs to make money. He feels that there's something. He sees it because he feels differently. He feels differently. He feels that he's in power to change things. He feels like that, but he knows it's not like that. The suppressing that he's suppressing is to be able to feel it. Not that he doesn't understand it, he understands it. He doesn't feel it because he's full of yeshus, he's full of he has enough Shabbat, he eats and he has Tanugim in this world that Noman, that emes that he knows, but he's not feeling it. The thing that he's suppressing is he's suppressing his yeshus to feel that feeling. Not that he's suppressing the understanding. I think the understanding is maybe I'm saying a little bit more, but anybody on the elementary level understands. As much as they understand, they don't understand. They understand their mind is extremely limited. Right? And if they know how they exist a couple of points, you understand that. The suppression and what they need to make it is what they feel.
But the midas are a natural result of seichel if you have chachma b'inamis. By the way, that's something which today mevased. And in English it's called cognitive behavioral therapy.
Which is extremely difficult.
No one's saying it's easy.
No, what I mean to say is that today they're busy with other types of therapies for a reason. So some kids that control the mind is a more less. Video somatic and more healing type of thing. The point is that sometimes the Zara Tish can make a person have the energy to be able to be good with Messiah and to love Hashem and to think more than the Chacham that I learned.
You're 100% right. And that's why it takes a yediyah atzuma on a daily basis to learn chassidut. But when you do that, it has to result. You're right. And if you're lazy, find a somatic way of chassidut Hashem. You're 100% right. It's like a nice. Rabbi say. So I actually bumped into the sikha this past Shabbos for L'chaim B'bracha. You said L'chaim? You're driving, okay. Time. Good excuse. No, I'm Makabel.
Unfortunately, very
Yeah. L'chaim for him, by the way.
Yeah.
You know his name is Shemimai. Well, we started off. Saradina. All the brachas from the Eberster and Chedus Amiti and Nalos.
And a nest.
And the nest. Yeah.
We're happy with the nest.
Yeah, 100%. Right. Yeah. So this past Shabbos, I saw Sikha. Shabbos Parsha Vayetzi Toshim and Gimel. So as in Alter Rebbe, in Tanya, in the Geras HaKodesh Siman Chav Daled, Alter Rebbe talks about not talking during davening. From beginning till the end, which is why, obviously, if you go into the Babish Shul, during davening, there's no talking, right? It's in Tanya. It's a mode of learning. Because when people tell me that Tanya is not, it's written for people at another dark, it's not b'chal for us. So I tell them, take a look in the letters that Alter Rebbe writes over there about talking to Davening. You realize that Alter Rebbe is talking Mamres to Anoshim B'Dedeno. It's not. He's talking to us. He's like, in the last Siman in Tanya, last Siman in the Geras HaKodesh, Heich Dechiach, in Kudasachrin, which we're going to do in Chitas in a few days. Alter Rebbe, he talks over there about. He says that a shul shouldn't be that zeh bekoi, v'zeh daimim, v'zeh mesiach sicha b'teilam, chas v'shalom. I'm like, wow, he just walked into the Babish Shul and sees what's going on. Zeh bekoi, v'zeh daimim, v'zeh mesiach sicha b'teilam. Right? This is so for all those who are tiny, that Tanya is not meant for us. Take a look at it. You'll see it's mamish people with us, with our understanding. It's like upon it. So in Simon Chav Dal, the Alter Rebbe talks about not to speak, and the Alter Rebbe says over there, and this applies to Shachris, Arvis, and Mincha. V'chulu. Now, when the Rebbe printed Tanya in Tufshin Yud Dalet, it was the first time that Tanya was printed in America. So that was the new print Tanya. So the Rebbe there added of their Luch HaTikun, and then also in addition to Luch HaTikun, the Rebbe added of there also of things that Ulites are Tanya here. What's the lashon over there? Ha'aris b'derech efshar or something. So there's a luch hatikun, which luch hatikun means that the Rebbe went and looked at earlier prints and saw it was a mistake. And then ha'aris hatikun of derech efshar. Things that the Rebbe said that maybe it said, so if you go to in Simon Chavdal L'Geras Hakei, this so it says Arvis Shachar Semincha. So the Rebbe says over there that l'chayra says Arvis says. So the Rebbe says l'chayra should be Mincha Arvis. Not Arvis and Mincha makes no sense, right? Shachris Arvis and Mincha is not what they say there. Mincha Arvis, and also takes out the chulu, because what's the chulu all about? There's only 3 tefillas as far as we know about it. Good, okay. That's the print of Tashim Yudam. Now, in Tashim Mem Gimel, so one of the things that the Rebbe strongly encouraged was that people should write Kedusha Torah. That's why every Bab's Yeshiva, every single year, they put it a kibbutz somewhere it's a Kedusha Torah. They ever wrote, keep on writing it, even if it's, you're not sure it's Mekuven, Al Pi, Amitasa Shal Torah. The Rebbe wanted people to write the Kedusha, to publish the Kedusha. And it also the Rebbe encouraged and that there should be weekly. So every single week, the Yeshivas in Alteri, Yeshiva Morristown, they put out a kibbutz, Aris B'Yurim, with people would write their Ha'aris. And the Rebbe really very much enjoyed. There was very often Messiachis to what people wrote by the Farbrengen. There was Messiachis to questions people wrote. At a later point in time, later in Tashim Mem, actually, we know that from Tashim Chafei, the Rebbe said a Rashi Sikha every single week. At a certain point in time, the Rashi Sikha was the Rebbe would take questions that people would ask in the Aris, and they would answer the questions that people would ask in the Aris. That was like, I don't remember exactly one, and maybe Hey, somewhere around there, the Rebbe switched from instead of his own questions to answering the questions that were printed in the Aris. But at that time, someone wrote in the Aris that the Rebbe says that Arvis, Mincha, Shachar is mistaken, so the person answered, he gave an answer. He says that no, it's the Seder Take, maybe it's Take correct, and the V'chulu is maybe referring to Musaf and Illa, a whole person wrote an explaining the Nusach and Tanya as is. So the Rebbe spoke about Farbrengen, and the first thing the Rebbe was like, no, that answer, that's not. And the Rebbe explained why. First of all, the Rebbe explains, it says there at Kadesh Basra, that Musaf and Illa don't have a Kadesh Basra, so it can't be that it's talking about that. Whatever. The Rebbe explains it's not that. And then there's but you know what? The Nusach Take makes sense. And then everything goes a whole beer and why Take Arvis, Shacharis, Arvis, Mincha makes sense. And then there explains the V'chulu, the whole Sikha, which is something which is phenomenal. You know, you think because the Rebbe was like doubling down on that which he wrote in Tafsir Yudal that has to be fixed. The Rebbe was, so the Rebbe was like, no. That I'm not Mikabel the answer that you gave, but you know what? You kind of forced me to rethink the matter. And here's a beer that we can give on what it means. By the way, many times there was this thing that the Rebbe gave one beer, a year later, 2 years later, an entirely different beer. Sometimes they would ask a question on his previous beer. The Rebbe was never stuck in a certain way. There was Kamayin HaMazgaber, which to me is, by the way, the Das Tacht and my small little Das and my appreciation of the Rebbe, whatever that's worth, to me is always like, because that's how a person comes up with a chiddush, they get stuck in that chiddush. And they're like stuck there. But the Rebbe was never stuck. The Rebbe was always busy moving onwards and higher. Good. The Rebbe finished that sikha. And the Rebbe says, since we're talking about this whole conversation was started by Kaviyachal, something which is a tos. We're not sure it's a tos, but Kaviyachal. Oh, I have to add one more thing over here. Tanya, so the first 3 parts of Tanya, were written by the Alter Rebbe and were given to Tfus by the Alter Rebbe. So they were printed off the Ksav Yad of the Alter Rebbe. And if you look in the Akdama, the Akdama to when it was first printed, the Akdama is Bnei Machaber. They write over there that Sofav Gam Tam the Kislev Yad. They didn't print it off the actual Ksav Yad Kodesh. They printed it off Hatakis, and therefore they said the failures. If there's mistakes, you'll know that the Pashat Hatos the Muchach. So therefore, what we're talking about is in the Geras HaKodesh, where the leeway to say that it's a mistake is much stronger because the Bnei Machaber themselves wrote that these are all Hatakis. So, but even so, the Rebbe was, even though the Rebbe, it's very easy for the Rebbe to stick to the original thing that it's a mistake, the Rebbe actually went and, take a look. Parsha V'Yetzi Tashman Gimel, the Rebbe's beer, on what Shacharis Mincha, why, based on the Harizal, that Krishma of Shacharis is also Yetzi Mincha, Ayin Sham. Akapan. But this is but this is all based on a toss. So the Rebbe says a story behind Shech. There was a chassid whose name was Reb David Tzvi Chen, known in Chabad as the Radatz, who was a huge Talmud Chacham. He got smicha from the Tzemach Tzedek, one of the few people who got smicha from the Tzemach Tzedek, and he was Megadeli Chassidim of the Rebbe Marash. Eventually he moved to Eretz Yisrael, and he passed away. He's buried in Har HaZeisim, passed away in Tafresh Beis. And then here the Rebbe interrupts. And by the way, you remember I told you about the Rebbe's radical discussions, right? These are the kind of things that were in our blood. The Rebbe gave it to us. The Rebbe noted that when he grew up, that the Radatz was known not as Harav Chen, not as even Reb David Tzvi Chen, not even as David Tzvi, but David Hirschel. That's everyone knew him. David Hirschel. He's made into a goyin and everything, and he was known as David Hirschel. And the Rebbe said, it always bothered me. Why? And Bechad, that's why he was Bechsidim. There was always, the people were called by their names. It always bothered me. And the Rebbe said that, and then I came up with a tip. Why is it that by the Chassidim don't call each other by Reb? It says, about State in Gemara, that Yev, what was, not Yev, Uri Achiti, what was his chet? Is that he said, Vadeini Yev. And when you're standing in front of the Melech, to say Vadeini Yev, is a Mnidim B'malchus. A Yes, a Chassid is always standing in front of his Rebbe. And by the Rebbe is always chokek by him. So for a Chassid to say another Yid Reb, it's a Mnidim B'malchus. So therefore by Chassidim was always David Hirschel. That's what the Rebbe says. I'll just give you an idea. I'm trying to give you a taste. But the Rebbe taught us what it means to be a chassid, which, by the way, doesn't mean that the Rebbe is mastic, that we shouldn't. Rebbe is not. It's not a hero or a rabbin that we should never call someone a Rebbe. But there's a certain tnuah which the Rebbe fed us. What does it mean to be a chassid? When a chassid, it means that you're always in front of the Rebbe. When you're in front of the Rebbe, then to say a Rebbe and someone else, that means a malchus. Okay. It's not halacha b'peil, but you get what I'm saying. The tnuah, the way the Rebbe approached the way a chassid's relationship with the Rebbe is. So then the Rebbe says. So what's the story of the Rebbe here? There was a Yid who was from the city of Nikolai, which is the city where the Rebbe was born in. His name was Reb Anshel Aronovich. This Reb Anshel Aronovich, so this is probably around the turn of the 20th century, talking about Erech Tafresh Samach, he reprinted Kutei Torah. Kutei Torah was first printed by the Tzemach Tzedek, and it was printed in the year Tafresh Ches. So this is an Erech 50 years later. And he reprinted it, and he fixed more than 3,000 typos that were in the previous editions of Kutei Torah. And he brought his new Kutei Torah, he brought it to the Radatz, to show it to him. The Radatz is like Mezikni Achsidim then. And he saw that the Radatz wasn't very excited about the new print. And he asked the Radatz, he says, verstehen nicht. We printed it, and I fixed all these mistakes. But he saw that. So what is the reason for your displeasure? So the Radat said, he said, he says, until now, the Kutei was filled with mistakes. By the way, make a cheshbon, right? If 3,000 mistakes, we're talking about, let's say, I don't know how many pages Kutei Torah, let's say 300 pages, right? So we're talking about 10 mistakes on a page that he fixed. So learning a mammar wasn't easy. Because every few lines is another mistake. So when you come there, because to say it's a mistake, until you read it once, twice, 10 times, until you realize it's Kenner's Anazis, you realize Pashas Tatos. The Vaila, it takes you a long time to learn the Maimer. And your mind is completely shakua in the lakus. What did you do? You fixed all the mistakes. Now the person breezes through the Maimer, rushes through the Maimer, because everything makes sense. So what did you accomplish? You accomplished the person's mind is less occupied in a lakus. And then the Rebbe finishes off by saying, "Rabbi Kamuvim, this is not Hira, and Svarim, there's the halacha that Sefer Torah has to be Mugeh, and Svarim has to be Mugeh." The Rebbe was very medayik on that, by the way, always, because the Rebbe was in charge of the Babish. But the Inyan remains. What does that mean? You can look at Chassidus and think that Chassidus. Who's that guy? Who's that guy asking me the question? He left. Middle. Okay. You look at Chassidus as a philosophy, as either I need to understand something. I need to understand Achdus Hashem. So I learned Shaykh Zamunah. I learned it once. I understand it. Good. Say that. I never have to learn it again because I understand it. It's like once I know 2 + 2 = 4. Do I have to go learn that again? I know it. You learn it until you understand it. No. It's about your head soaking in it. Because we're fighting a Nefesh Bahamas. We're fighting a Teva. Einid Mulvada is not only something which goes against Seichel. It goes against every bone in my body. And if I want to go against Yesh Eid Mulvada, I need to, every single day, I need to dunk my mind in the mikveh of Chassidus for an hour. So I could learn that same mimer in 20 minutes. It's not, the point isn't, if your point is amassing, gathering information, okay, I learned the mimer. The quicker I learn it, the better, because now I have that information in my database. But if that's not Nekuda, Nekuda is Pashat as a chassid to someone. What is Chassidus Chabad? On a daily basis, and everyone, lefum shkira delay, as much as shaykh. Pasha mevek the kapel in the lakus. And then the day is a different day. When you start off in the morning with 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, whatever it may be, with your head thinking about the Eibishter, then the rest of it, you don't look at the world the same way. But not in the way of an override. Especially you're washing every morning you wake up, you wash your head, and that the seichel is timidus, the midas leads to machshav diber ma'isa. But that's the gift of Chassidus. The gift of Chassidus is pashat, to be able to understand, and and it's something which is, it's not something I did it, I learned it, I understand it. To the extent as the point is that you look at everything differently. Everything looks different. Why? Because everything you're looking from a Torah perspective, from a Chassidus perspective. Chaim Lavracha. Oh yeah. What? Roma. You have his number, what? They're putting me up somewhere. Speak to him. He's one of three. Oh yeah. Sorry?
What you were saying before, but
Let them why should everyone should have enough?
Like you say, if
And they said, yeah.
And of them that they'll find it was master like this. Gave us spoke about it. Losses master them that was to feed the kid up. Was
Right.
never to conduct.
Yes. Right. Even that, yeah. It's a whole sugya. The Rebbe's bittul to the Rebbe is half the appel. Half the appel. And it was even the appel was even more. Bittul from someone who is small is not a big chiddush. Bittul when the Rebbe it's like, and also even the styles of the Rebbe were so different. It's not like the Rebbe adopted the Rebbe style. Look at the sixth Rebbe; it's a different style in Gansen. But the bittul is betachlis. It's like. Anyways, Chaim Lavracha. Someone asked me when I was before, but I said the person left already, but the Shiloh is a good Shiloh. Oh, you're there. Want to? Oh. You asked a question. No, wasn't it? You don't want to send me for Stadish Chassidus. That was you. You're Eidich L'Pal Rebbe. So how are you involved in Rebbe? From which way? I'm a Kohen. So I don't go on Kibbutz Tzaddik. Move on, right? But I don't know. I'm not a Kibbutz person. But the one I want to go to is the Alter Rebbe. I was in Ukraine actually twice, but can't go. Even now, what? Today, I saw recently they built a bridge. What? You heard about this bridge? But like I was saying, the only one to me, and obviously I'm a little meshucha that I teach Tanya, but we're talking about it's basically about Anoksha, Nigelig, Siddish, Marach, from the Sacra, and then Chiddush. And he built the whole philosophy of Chabad, right? Tanya, and he wrote Nigunim. On top of all that, the Kabbalah Chal, you're talking about two different worlds, right? Talking about Chal, Shnei, the Erev Nigel and the Erev Siddish. I think also it's the Erev, maybe it's the Erev Seichel and the Erev Nidus. There, someone pushed the whole, came up with a whole philosophy. Explain. These are people, are cup people. They're like, they live in that, and the Alter Rebbe, listen to Alter Rebbe's Negunim, even Keliyata, which is abused, because we're so used to it, we don't have Chaber in the Nigin, Alachas Kama Vakam, but the Al-Babis. It's like, yeah. Anyways, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. You're a grandchild of Alter Rebbe. Chaim. Anyway, so you're the one who said you don't understand through this? Oh, I thought he was left. Yeah. Wasn't it? Now, he said everything made sense to him. Someone said, Rabbi Farbrengen doesn't understand through this.
He's saying he learns Tanya. A lot of parts of Tanya are way above his pay grade. It's like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
By the way, we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat. The same boat. I'll tell you that. Someone wrote to the Rebbe. There's a letter. Someone wrote to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe told him to I don't remember the exact, but the Rebbe told him to. He said, "What?" The Rebbe said, "The beginner." The Rebbe said, "Learn that which is that." By the way, if you want to start learning Chassidus, which is Yishmak and easy to learn, Darm Tzach is a beautiful place. Mamorim there, Bahazbara, and today you even have you probably have over here somewhere, right? The Andak Tzach, also Hamavur. Some gorgeous. I mentioned before Mitzvah, but there's some other beautiful matzah and Bekatif and Abbas Yisrael and Amon Salkus. It was written, by the way, before the Samach Tzedek wrote it before he became Rabbi. And it's like a sefer on mitzvahs, explaining different mitzvahs of Yechidus, but it's very written, very in a of Avana Vasaga. But don't get scared off, because the beginning of every mitzvah is a little Kabbalah, but if you can get past that, like the first few lines, and then it moves into the Chidus, and it's very Yishmak. And then you have mitzvah Samanus Halakus, which is really explains some of the very deepest in Yanam and Chidus, and Aces, which are very easy to understand. Okay, that's exaggeration. But in Aces, which are the Rebbe said to learn that which is so the person wrote back to the Rebbe and said, "I learned that which is The Rebbe writes back as follows. How's it true? The Rebbe writes back. Pretty much, I'm obviously going to paraphrase. We're all in the same boat. We all look to this. None of us understand everything. We all understand a little. So welcome to the club. Believe me, there's many parts of Tanya that I don't understand. Trust me. I'm not only talking about the last few projects where we could decide. I'm whatever. Right now, someone's learning and asking me for help in Siman Hay in the Gersa Kedesh. Guys, it's hard stuff. And I just left him a voice note. That's my boss, Rabbi Mintz. He came here. No, he's here about 5 minutes. Well, so we talk Tanya once a week. ACs, the Mifta, the ACs come from Kadmos Hasechel. I just let him. I said, I don't know. I said the two parts there. One part of Tanya understands, the other part not. I said for Let's Talk Tanya, I'm able to but I know you're going to ask. I don't know. Okay, and I move on, and I'll try to. I'll work. I'll try to understand a little better, whatever. But Sharich B'Muna, by the way, who's talking? This guy over there, right? Yeah. What? You're the one who's talking about Tzimtzum, right? I did Let's Talk Tanya. I explained it. Okay, but say that I explained it. But believe me, I don't understand anything. What? It's good. We're good. Okay. You understand symptoms like because I don't. I'm trying to tell you over here that these are young which are. That's good. I get it. My point is, someone came and said, "My understanding everything, Allah verstehen." I mean, if I'm arrogant, I'm good, but I think Allah verstehen. In other words, there's you're going to go to all or nothing approach. If alles verstehen, good luck. But Epis verstehen, we can. Epis verstehen again. And that epis, was man versteht, is Kemaim Karm al Nefesh HaYefa. That's the Samachayim. And that's the, and man learned, and you get yourself a good teacher, you listen to the Biel, figure them. Everyone here understands Yiddish. I'm looking around, but it looks like this, right? And his Shur Matanya are amazing. Even though I didn't understand Sheikh one. Even with this year. Aber, no, I didn't say that. Oh. No, but I bet you if Rabbi Yael was sitting over here, he would agree with my statement. He wouldn't, in other words, the statement about Ma'ala that we all, there's Hagbalas. Another statement. What?
Maybe we should become
No, aber das ist versteht, yeah. And there is no excuse. And Ma'ala can't verstehen. No. Ma'ala can't verstehen. So but if your goal is going to be, you have to understand everything, that's, and that's time, mezuch steinus. At the end of the day, you soak your mind every day. You, like I said, it's, Ma mikve metar satmeim afakadosh baruch hu. This is mea das atar, like the Rambam says, right? And we try, and today we understand, and tomorrow we versteht mehr, and tomorrow we understand more, and the Eibush is insaf, and there will always be, there will always be the limit to what we understand, and that's fine. Aber to sagen, mechanisch verstehen gar nicht, ist nicht anders. That's not true. Kol chad befum shira delay, we can learn, we can verstehen, and today there come out no excuse. The amount of svarim that are out there and sifrei on svarim that help you learn chassidus, and if that's not enough, online, there's Eitzerach chassidus, whatever. It's all. Okay. What? Podcast. Number said there's a site. Eitzerach chassidus with svarim with yurim. I believe that, right? So again, if you're looking for shleimus, you're in the wrong business. Like really, now if you're looking for in shleimus, then go learn that for me. What? But at least you say you finished Shas, and okay, you're saying they're also the parts that you understand. What?
Nothing. That the enemy is not like reading telephone.
I'm not gonna, but you understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah. There's actually, there's a sikha in the first clock of the sikhs. By the way, if you guys want to be a chassid, whoever wants to be a chassid Chabad, which is obviously everyone, in other words, you have to either conceal or reveal. The first 4 krachim look at the sikhs are a must. The first 4 bond to the sikhs. If you want to get the Rebbe's philosophy, the Rebbe's view of the world, it's not big pipulim, it's not the big lumdis, it's pashat the Rebbe's view of everything. The view of the world, the Torah, everything. The sikh over there, the Rebbe talks about the man. The man is the man aneischa was lashon l'naseischa. Says like das. No, but the Rebbe kochs sich in das. The word is that the Rebbe speaks of that the man was the ultimate nisayin because the man was anius and ashirus at the same time. There are 2 nisayonis in life. There's anius and there's ashirus. Anius, right? What does the Rebbe say? Reish the Asher. What's the lesson? Fun. It's a pasuk somewhere. Pasuk in Mishlei. Anius is obviously an asayin, and Avedas Hashem, when a person Rahman al-Islam, and then there's Ashirus is also an asayin. Bechi veitzim yad. There's a whole topic all for itself. But the Rebbe wanted everyone to be rich. The Rebbe wanted all Yidden to be rich. The Rebbe wanted to be Menachem over the Kapishn and say Rebbe. This is back in the Yuds, and the conversation was about this. And by the way, the Rebbe is a lot younger than the Kapishn. The Kapishn was from the Ziknei Admeirim at that time. There was a younger. There was that time was his young 50s probably. Megret again then, and the Kapishn just said that I prefer the Nisayin of Anius. What? And the Rebbe was like, "This is the Nisayin Alavai Ala Yidin should have the Nisayin of Ashirus." And the Rebbe didn't leave go. The Rebbe asked the Kapishn to the Rebbe to be masking with him, and Kislev was masking. Like the Rebbe knew because had koyach. In other words, the Rebbe didn't want it. The Rebbe asked him to be masking, and he was masking. He was asking that Yidden should have the Nisayin of Ashirus. And the Rebbe spoke about that a lot. The idea that Yidden have to love in Ashirus. What? Sicha, by the way, Parshas Truma Tashlan Beis, one of the last sichas that we heard from the Rebbe Leisata, and the Rebbe says over there, Al Yidin Dafan Havan Ashira, Hira. Yid Dafan, it's a Hira. It's not just like a bracha. Yid Dafan Ashiras, the Gashmis, the Beruchnis. Yeah. By the way, Baruch Hashem, the Ashiras by Yidin B'chlal. These days is be'enarech to what it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and as a Lubavitcher, a crazy Lubavitcher, I will say that the Rebbe is mamshich into the world through his koch in the Sinyana. L'chaim, Ali Yidin Zam Nashiros, Begashmius, and it should be L'chaim. You didn't know what to do with Ashiras. You didn't have Ashiras, they know what to do with it. L'chaim.
Over here, everyone
what?
Everybody agrees. Nobody holds like the Kapisha over here.
Kapisha also agree. Anyways, so the Rebbe says, the Rebbe says that Mon had both together. On the one hand, the Mon, you were able to taste in it whatever you wanted. You woke up today, you had everything you wanted. You had the best food. But also it was the ultimate anius because your cupboard was empty. You had nothing in your pantry. So you had the ultimate anius and the ultimate ashirus. And that's why the Mon was the ultimate sign. And the Rebbe says over there that Chassidus is the same thing. The Chassidus, because the Rebbe says lechem and hashamayim and lechem and aretz. Even there's a day bought on a sefer Chassidim, he thinks that when the bracha they made on the Mon was hametzi lechem and hashamayim. So lechem it goes on Torah. Many times Torah is referred to as lechem. And in Torah also there's lechem and hashamayim and lechem and aretz. Lechem and aretz is nigla the Torah, and lechem and hashamayim is chassidus. And chassidus is the ultimate aniyus and the ultimate ashirus. On the one hand, it's the ultimate ashirus. On the other hand, it's ultimate aniyus because as much as you do, you realize you don't understand anything. This is what the Rebbe says. So going to what that person, and that's fine. It comes with the ashirus with the see the base, whatever. It's fine. You trust me on this. You want to look it up. It's a sikh in. It's one of them on what? You remember the sikh? You saying it, yeah. So as is, yeah. If you learn Chassidus and you see you don't understand, so first of all, part of Abislomer, part of him. But at the same time, you should know, yeah, you won't understand everything. You won't. There will be ideas which are Memchava Hava. What? There you go. Ikef. Okay. Heintals is what do you look at? Maftech. Everyone has to have. If you have a smartphone, the reason why you have a smartphone, I'm not condoning it, but if you have a smartphone, you have to have Maftech, the Maftech app, which is the Rebbe's Torah. Everything is on there. It's incredible. Mafteach. That's it's a must-have. And by the way, every sikha, mugeh, bilti mugeh. And by the way, much more than what's printed, Yeser Mamash is on there. You'll have a sikha, every hanacha, including the hanachas that came out that aren't even printed today, is on there. It's an incredible app. Maftech is an app.
There's a website also?
Yeah, Maftech. Yeah. The Mola Aris Deyas Hashem that's today. I'm not even talking, obviously I'm talking from a Chabad perspective, but the Eser HaChachma and the tools you have over there, like, it's Mashiach Zeit. What?
Everyone's like, internet's bad. This is their Duchtano. You gotta.
What about to put let's talk Tanya on the phone?
How about putting it on the phone?
Phone.
It's on the phone. Yeah.
It's on only the daily.
The daily, that's right. Okay, 1 second. So, the daily as opposed to?
Go back up to the last.
But on the phone, you can go back to.
Everyone has their available. No. Someone has to make it. It's not. I'm not. But yeah. So I want to tell you, I have no rights. I'm telling you right now. Let's Tanya, take it. Be made with it in any which way that you want.
I'm actually going to say it on the phone.
I hear that, but it's not my mumchi is whatever it is, but it's not that. Okay. Yeah. This is mamish d'ibtach. Yeah. That was the thing about those Tanya on the radio. The Rebbe spoke about that. It's such a imek. This idea that, and people misunderstand Chabad. People misunderstand the Rebbe in this area. It's like the Rebbe is like, oh wow, there's radio. That's awesome. There's radio. Why don't we use it out for Afat Samiyanos? Why don't we use it out for Afat Sayadus? It's a way to be able to spread Chassidus. And that's true, but that's not the emek adar. It's not the nekuda. So the Rebbe, there's radio. Why was it created? Why was radio created? Not, I need to spread Chassidus. So let me figure out ways to spread Chassidus. It's a different. Why was radio created? Why was internet created? Internet was created so we can have mafteach, v'eit kahena, right? Getting like got 75 emails in this past week about Art Scroll, having the whole Art Scroll on an iPad, right? That's why iPads were created. That's another. The way it's to look at Elam Hasa is not neutral. It's not that Elam Hasa is neutral. I can use it like this. I can use it for kedusha. I can use it for klippah. Use it for good. No, Elam Hasa is not neutral. It's like if you buy a painting from a famous Rembrandt, right? I sound fancy. I have no idea what Rembrandt is, but I heard it, right? Buy Rembrandt. You come home. You're like, what do I do with this? Should I hang it on my wall? Or should I use it as a cutting board to cut for my onions for my chunk?
So what do you answer? Should we
No,
what do we answer? People don't have internet, don't have an iPad. Maybe we should get one.
No.
What's that, bro?
Because for the same reason that the Rebbe talks to them absolutely not to have TVs in their house, and at the same time the Rebbe was busy his Farbrengen is a broadcast on TV. At the end of the day, why do you need it? It comes with nisyanis. The iPhone was created for that purpose, and those who need to do it. And if that's your avodah, then that's your avodah. But also recognizing that different things in Hasa come with nisyanis, and that's for you. So this is not the Feder Shaheta for everyone to use technology in whatever way they want. But it's an understanding of why technology was created. Again, the same Rebbe whose Farbrengens were broadcast on cable TV was the one who was saying that Chas V'Shalom to bring a television into the house on Safed Zara. How do you reckon? Because the Peil is being, it's not Safed Zara, the Peil is being abused. And therefore, it's bringing a sign into the house. And we say the LTV and the sign. But it doesn't change that that's an abuse of what it is. No, but if someone feels they need to use it for, then you have to get the proper protections on the technology, because at the end of the day we have Yetzer Hara and we can't ignore that. But yeah, these are all tools. So the Rebbe, this was and everything which is nivra, these are real things, and this is all part of the B'tachtein. And again, the Nakud is, you think of radio is not important. The purpose it serves, which is, it serves the purpose of Hatzmiyanis. That's important. No, the Rebbe saying the radio is important. That's part of the B'tachtein means that the radio needs to be in this bar. The fact that Chassidus is being taught on the radio itself is a kibush. That itself is a kibush. That was not when he gave to the internet. I forget what we're talking about.
We're talking about a painting.
We're talking Tanya every day on the phone.
Tanya every day is Melnik. That's what's going to say. Oh yeah, na 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 na, oh yeah, na 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 na, ma. Oh yeah, 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 na 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 na, yeah, na 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 na. Oh yeah, 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 na 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 na. Yeah, 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 na na na, yeah, na 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 na. Oh yeah, 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 na 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 na. Da da da. Oh yeah, na 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 na. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, na 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 na. Oh yeah, yeah, da da. Oh yeah, yeah, na na na. Oh yeah, 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 na 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 na. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, na 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 na. Oh yeah, na 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 na. Oh yeah, 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 oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The Utah's Kislev. So we know that Rabbi writes in the letter, the famous letter which he wrote to his Shwager, not his Shwager, his Mechutin, L'Yitzik. By the way, it wasn't yet his Mechutin. L'Yitzik became his Mechutin later on. By the way, twice. But after he was released from prison, the famous letter he writes, where he writes over there that part of the letter is accepted in the Yemim for Yitha's Kislev, but he writes over there that what's the last one? Krisi. What's the last one? No. People over here are Baki, I saw. Pada b'shalom, right? Yisasi b'shalom, Hashem shalom. Krisi, what? Krisi pasuk, Pada b'shalom. Before I got to the pasuk, which is afterwards, I remember the exact lashon. Yisasi b'shalom, Hashem shalom. Pada b'shalom, nafshi. Mizak joke. All the Babishes are the worst crowd to tell jokes to. I don't know if you guys yet, but I'll try it out. We'll see. Babishes, you say a joke. I don't know if I speak different crowds. Like Fry people, you say the stupidest joke and they're all on the floor. The Babishes is like so Mizak joke again. Became from back in the day, sent off to Morristown to Balshuva Yeshiva, and before cell phone, before emails, Alice and the parents trying to reach him. The parents finally found the phone number. They call up. It's the payphone in the hallway of the Yeshiva, and they say, "Can we talk to our Josh?" Okay, we'll try to call him anyways after they're sitting, Guys, remember the phone payphones? The phone is yeah. And after 15 minutes, Oh, Mom, Dad, how you doing? Good. How you doing? I'm great. I found spiritual fulfillment. I'm reconnecting to my soul. I'm doing amazing. But I can't really talk that much. Why? There's a party going on. The Alter Rebbe was released from prison. Okay, great. Enjoy, Josh. Anyways, a few months later, they call back once again, the same thing. And I'm amazing. I'm so happy over here. I've never been happier, but it's a party and I can't really stay. Why? The Frierdiker Rebbe was released from prison. A few months later, Odapam, Zalva Zach, great, unbelievable party. Sorry, Mittler Rebbe was released from prison. At which point the mother says to the kid, listen, we're really happy that you're finding spiritual fulfillment, satisfaction, but we're a little worried about the people you're keeping company with. What?
Not fried, even though it was funny.
Yeah. Hey, no, but it's kind of funny. You think about it. What's the story? Going out of prison. It's like every other day. The Bible says that's celebrating. Another Rebbe went out of prison. Okay, so yes. Granted that when you're living in the communist Russia, if you went to prison, you probably did something good. We get that. But what is the symbolism over here? This idea of and then Padam, we see Padam B'Shalom, right? What's this Padam B'Shalom? So there are Ribi Mamarim, starting from the middle of Rebbe, and Padam B'Shalom Nashi. And the Nakuda is the Chassidus is Padam B'Shalom Nashi. It's not a mistake. It's not an accident. It's not a coincidence. Chassidus is Padam B'Shalom Nashi. And the Iker emphasis is on the word B'Shalom. Because you can have a Pada, or it's not B'Shalom. Ulay Af Shaleimar, the Pada is Chassidus Chagas. And Pada B'Shalom is Chassidus Chabad. What is Pada? Pada means you have an Nafshal Kis. And the Nafshal Kis is in Galus. That's something which we all know. Yadi Inish Ben Nafshay. Yadi Inish Ben Nafshay, Mata Neshama, and the Neshama is trapped. The Neshama is trapped. The Meiser, the Guf, the Bahamas, the Taivas, and everything. We have to allow the Neshama expression. We have to allow it to give it a Pidiyah. But there's an Eifin of Pada which is not B'Shalom, which by the way is amazing, but it's not B'Shalom. What's Pada? The Nefesh Bahamas remains Nefesh Bahamas. And Elama, it's an Eifin of Nes, as mentioned earlier, right? An Eifin of Eskafi, in a way of the Nefesh is going to assert itself, it's going to assert its dominance. Because Befedishin has that koyach. It has that koyach. And even in Tanya, if you look in Tanya, you have a little al derech eifin, which is the derech, which is known as derech kitzara, right? The derech of Hamas is betakva and everything. Aber ich ben ayid, amuna, and then there's Pada B'Shalom. And Pada B'Shalom is Chiddush Chabad. Pada B'Shalom is mefashtet. It makes sense, and you sink yourself. When I say sink, not with a K, with a C. No, sink, like synchronize. Wie sagt man das in Yiddish? Sink. Was? Zink. No. Synchronize. By the way, like 2 years ago, I don't know if it was you, someone asked me to come to Lakewood to speak in Yiddish by Farbrengen. Was that you? And I said, because I can say, like, aber to that, I'm Indian, like, I can't do it. What?
There's no words like sink.
But someone who's a native Yiddish speaker finds the words. There's a way it finds it.
It makes the words not.
Someone who's a native Yiddish speaker, like me, if I was speaking Yiddish, every 2 seconds I would wait. Shouldn't be that way, but I say that's Matthias, unfortunately. Anyways, synchronize. You know what that means? What? Yes. What? What? The second. Yeah. That's Pada B'Shalom. Pada B'Shalom is Gamei Vav Yashlim Yimei. And that we send that as the Rishalmi says, and that everything's done very often, the Pada B'Shal Nashi, Mikravli Kiberab Ma'yimadi. What's Kiberab Ma'yimadi? So the Rishalmi says that Kiberab Ma'yimadi, the David said that Anshi Avshalom were also davening for David's Nitzach. That's the Berabim. The Berabim is the Anshi Avshalom. In our life, we also have the Anshi Avshalom. Like this, the Anshi Avshalom also villain. They want you to win. The Yitzhahara, the Shemhamis, they all want you to win. Why? Because that's Dirba Tachtenim. Ultimately, everything. And they want. And therefore, that's why we have the ability to be able to overcome them, is because the Etzem, even the Rabbim, the Shusar Rabbim is also Hayu Yimadi. The Etzem, they're also waiting to be Nisbarer.
The whole Tanya speaks about the Mechama and the Skafia, and that's not the Bishul.
The whole Tanya is about a Skafia.
I mean,
if I remember correctly, the first words of Tanya are Tehi Tzadik. Then, as I must be a Nesti Tzadik is the first words of Tanya. That's a Sapcha. What? That's Bishul. And then Perik and Perikut Gimel, Perikut Dal, that is very clear. Everyone has to be the kind of Shua of Ti Tzadik. Right? And Elama, the Tzlacha, B'Shnemus of that is not Muftach. Just say that. But everyone has to do Esek and Ti Tzadik. Ti Tzadik's Daveda B'Samcha. Daveda of Aveda Pnimis. And Ad Kedei Kach, that the Alter Rebbe says in the Perikut that's above, that if you're not Esek in that, you're Lei Avodeh. You're perfect, but if you're not Esek and Aveda Pnimis, you're Lei Avodeh. Yeah. And that's like this idea of
you could do the same time both.
Sorry?
You could do the same time with Chuma and the Bishul. You could do like,
yeah. The Mamorim, Padre B'Shalom, very Yishmach Mamorim. But that's like the idea of Kibrad Ma'yimadi, that also Avshalom. It's just a part of Tanya and the Perik Chavtes. A lot of people just skip over it. I'll tell you they talk about Sfeikis B'Emunah. Shmona L'Slan, Sfeikis B'Emunah. So before we get to Alter Rebbe says, Amaisim the Tzemach Tzedek. It's a story which the Rebbe says. Whenever you say stories, you hear a story, you always have to consider the source. Some sort, like on a scale from 1 to 10, how reliable is it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then the Rebbe says it obviously it's a 10, right? This is a story which the Rebbe said. It's actually, as I've grown older and maybe a drop wiser, so that's something which I'm more careful in is sources. It's very funny, actually. Just now, I work for JLI. What? It's an organization. We provide curriculum for Shluchim. So, I just now, I wrote a course which is being taught by the Shluchim around the world right now. And I included there a story about a Mendel Futterfass. When he was in prison, hear the story. The goyim around him asked him, "Why are you so happy?" And he asked them, "Why are you miserable?" Whatever. So this isn't the first time. This is already the second time or the third time that I wanted to put it in the course. It's a great story. Okay, some of you don't know the story. I'll say the story. The Mendel Futterfass, when he was the Mendel Futterfass, I had the Haven Achas. I was lucky enough that when I went in Kfar Chabad and Tafshin and Dalet, that I sat by a few as Farbrengens. He was a holy Jew. In 1947, I'll give you the whole background for this. But I have to remember where to come back to. Just a second. So we're talking about
Spikes in a minute.
Shakes in 1 minute. Right. Wow. Okay. Good. Okay. In 1947, so this is after moving after Mohammed, there was an opportunity for Yidden in Russia. The Yidden in Russia was a gefährliche Massive in Russia to be able to escape, because at that time Because during the Milchama, Russia went and occupied, took half of Poland. Then after the war, anyone with a Polish, so many Polish citizens fled deep into Russia. And after the war, if you had a Polish passport, you were able to go back into Poland. So it's figured out, if you have a fake Polish passport, you're able to escape. So hundreds of Siddim, trainloads of Siddim, Lubavitchers, Be'ikr, I think, fled Russia in Tafshin Vav, Tafshin Zayin on fake Polish passports. If you know any Lubavitcher that has Russian blood in them, by the way, which is not me, I have one side of Adamsk and one side of Balchudo from the Bronx. But any Lubavitcher, which is what we call Geshe, probably is from those trains. That's all right. There were 3 Chassidim who were in charge of that operation. Incredible operation of facilitating hundreds of Chassidim, men, women, and children. One of them was Yidr and Devel Mashkin. Another one was a woman. Her name was Sarah Katzenellenbegen. And then there was Remendel Futefas. Remendel Futefas, it wasn't one train. They sent a bunch of different shifts, and at a certain point, Remendel realized that they're after him, the Russians, and it's only a matter of time before they take him. So that's it. He decided the next train, he's going on the next train, together with his wife and kids. He bumped into another chassid, whose name was Rabbi Khan. And he told Rabbi Yonah, I'm leaving. Rabbi was the one who the Fidik put in charge of Tim after he left Russia. Who ended up, Rabbi Khan was arrested and died in a Russian gulag. And he told him he's leaving, and he explained to him why. So Rabbi says, I see. So I see that Mesiras Nefesh also has a Hagabah. That was it. I see that Mesiras Nefesh also has a Hagabah, has a limitation. He didn't like, how can you, what's going on, what do you mean? He's like, it's almost like passive aggressive, I might want to say, right? So I see Mesiras Nefesh also has its limitations. The Mendel got the hint. He sent his wife and his kids and his son, daughter out. He stayed behind, where he got arrested, and he was sent off to Siberia, where he was, and he ended up staying in Russia until, I think, Tafshin Chav Dalet, right? Maybe Tafshin Chav Gimel, somewhere around there. In other words, he stayed another 17 years because of that. When he was in Siberia, so here's the story. Whether it happened or not, we'll see soon. But here's the story is told that, so Siberia was an interesting place back then if you were in a prison camp, because on the one hand, you had a bunch of criminals, the murderers, the Ganov, right? But also, who else was in Siberia? The intelligentsia, not only Yidden, but anyone with a brain. If you were a poet, a doctor, a politician, like the Soviets, anyone with a brain was a threat. Yidden, from Yidden also, yeah. But being from Yidden were a minority. The main thing was, you had, you know how many billions of people you had over there back then? The Russians didn't matter. But Mendel made friends with a lot of these, the Hecher I mentioned, right? So one day they're sitting together, and one of them turns to Mendel and says, Mendel, how are you so happy always? By the way, the Mendel was always Muslim. He was a person who went through Yisuri Mavis in every single area of his life. You remember I said his wife and his son and daughter got out. His daughter, right after he came up, was killed in a car accident. And a daughter with 11 kids or something, or 12 kids or something. It was just, but Besimcha, Behim was always Besimcha. He did always a smile. The event was a Yid answered Besimcha. I asked him how you Besimcha. So, how does the Yid answer a question? The Yid answers a question with a question. Tells him, why are you guys miserable? Why are you miserable? He goes, yeah, why are you miserable? So they go around. I'm a doctor and I was in charge of a hospital. And I was a writer and I'm in the middle of writing a book. I am an inventor, a scientist, and I was in the middle of making a project. So after they go around, I get it. It's every single one of you being over here interrupts what your goal in life is. My goal in life is to serve Hashem. And that I can do wherever I am. If your goal in life is to serve the Eibishter, then wherever you are, obviously that's how and where the Eibishter wants you to serve. Like the Maisa you do with the Melech and Zusha with when they couldn't put on film, right? The famous story. What's your goal? If your goal is to serve the Eibishter, the Shaila is always, what does the Eibishter want you to do right now? And that you can do wherever you want. Atkan kaviyachal asipur. But I want to find a marker for this. Put it in. So I go look online. Oh, I found a marker. It's an article on Chabad.org written by Rabbi Naftali Silberberg. I'm like, yeah, that's great. Basically, years ago, I had put it on, and I didn't have the same standards back then. I didn't make up stories, but I didn't have the same standards. I heard a story, I wrote it down. Like today, I wouldn't write something without. So basically, I put it into the JLI course, just not without a name. I wrote, they say a story about a chassid. I didn't feel comfortable putting in a name when the only makar is Rabbi Naftali Silberberg.
I never heard this story.
I didn't see it. Yeah. Anyway, the bottom line is someone on the there's a the book of the medal. It's there. Maybe the new one. Okay, so the new one came out. Anyway, the bottom line is someone on the chat. There's a chat of all the shluchim who teach the course. Like, why didn't you put in the name? I have not yet found the source that tells me that they heard it from him. In other words, to me, that's a reliable source. Is someone who tells me if it's a person who I trust who heard from him. Anyways, meanwhile, so I got back two sources. Shmuel who heard from him. Shmuel was a very reliable source who said he heard from Remendel himself. And then it turns out that in JLI is the Einukal of Remendel who told me he heard it from his uncle, who heard it from his who heard it. So it's a verified story. Anyways, Adkan, I said, when you hear a story, it's always good to know who did you hear from. And unfortunately, there are stories out there that are befeders not true. And that's the sad reality that I have no idea why the people who make up stories. It's not funny. And so you have to know. And it's the person of Bar Samcha. And if not, if you want to say it over, but it's always know where the story comes. But this story is a story that it's Adkan Maimer Muskin. What? Sama Sadek. What? I'm sure that's the different. I'm not sure why, but yeah. Everything has to do with different. A guy comes to Mount Sadek and tells him, Sadek, I have Shekis B'muna. Again, this is the story that Rebbe says. So Sadek says, okay. Sadek. What else is on your mind? By the way, I am putting the story a drop. But the Nakuda is that Rebbe says. No. 1 second. Rebbe, I said I have Shekis B'muna. Okay. No. So, what do you mean Rebbe asked? Do you not hear what I'm saying? I say it's been one of the Rebbe says, so why is that bothering you? So yeah, so you don't know. So why is that a problem? So the guy says, what do you need? I'm going to eat. So the some says, okay, it was also good. It's a deep story. Why is it bothering you? Because you're Yid, which means what? That you do believe. So because you believe, it bothers you. That's Shekes B'munah, right? Oh, it was good. It was good.
You do believe.
What?
You do believe.
It bothers you. These thoughts are bothering you. Yeah. In other words, it's Sama Sadek. By the way, Sama Sadek wrote a sefer called Sefer Chakir, with all the rayas and that the Eibishter exists. Somewhere over there. Sama Sadek could have got into a philosophical thing with him. Sometimes I pulled out a mirror and showed it to him and said, I want to show you who you are. Why is this bothering you? It's like, Hayitochen that Hasek is B'munah. What do you mean Hayitochen? I was saying, B'stayid.
You heard this from the Rebbe?
It's gedruckt.
It's
gedruckt from the Rebbe. That's how I said it. If you get in touch with me, I can send you the exact marker. Yeah. In the end of Perek Chavtes, the Rebbe takes this idea, the whole larger idea of Nefesh Kislev Hamas, which that's a whole other Farbrengen all for itself. And he talks about the idea of Shekes B'munah. Shekes B'munah is like the shameful little secret that we all have. From a Yid, it's pasnish to have Shekes B'munah. Right? The secret is we all have Shekes B'munah. Why do we have 6 for money? What the Rebbe says over there. Again, it's all part of the. It's a larger conversation. It's not one me. Nefesh Kis, Nefesh Bahamas, right? So it's Nefesh Bahamas is 6 for money. Why? Because my Nefesh Bahamas is like Kimashlo Hazayna, the Zeir HaKadosh, which means, right? The mashal, famous mashal, the king hires a Zaina to be Mefata the Ben HaMelech. That's his job. So the Nefesh HaBahamis, its job is to throw you Sveikas B'Munah. If you have Nefesh HaBahamis, that's what it's going to do. Why? Because it's his job. That doesn't mean you don't believe in the Eibishter. You do believe in the Eibishter, which is why you're ashamed of that. But why are you identifying with that? It's not you. It's not you. So how do you deal with it? How do you deal with Sveikas B'Munah? So one week say, I'm going to go online and I'm going to read a bunch of articles on age.com or Chabad.org and about the proof that there's the Eibishter exists and Torah, and I'm going to read a book, proof to believe, proof to believe, and if I read enough on it, then my 6 months will go away. No, they're not going to go away. Why aren't they going to go away? Because Nefesh HaBahamis is a job. And by the way, Nefesh HaBahamis itself doesn't even believe in what it's saying. It's like the Mashal HaZeinu, the Zeir HaKadosh. Like, you guys all know the Mashal HaZeinu, right? Can I take the Mashal HaZeinu a little further? Imagine the Ben HaMelech is walking one day and he sees the Zaina. And he's like, come. Let's sit down. I want to have a talk with you. He sits down with the Zaina and is like, leave me alone. I'm a Ben HaMelech. I can't do this. My reputation's on the line. There are other people. Go, leave me alone. What are the chances that he's going to that she's going to listen? 0. Why? Because the king told you that's what she has to do. We all are under the delusion that if we sit and we can convince the Nefesh HaBahamis that there's an Eibishter. Good luck. That's like trying to. Good luck. It's his job. What?
Isn't that the whole point of Torah's Chabad?
To an extent. Yeah. So when you're a tzaddik, you get rid of it. It's not an all or nothing. This a little more. At the end of the day, you're Nefesh HaBahamis. That's it. So how do we deal with it?
Also not so simple, but Nefesh HaBahamis is Chachma, sagt Seichel Amitis. Nefesh HaBahamis hat nicht kein Opposite von einer Minne. Das ist nicht von einer Hecher mit Kost, nicht über die Eise Kost Nefesh. Bei Eise meint es, als eine Minne ist verlassen.
That's Rachman. But what I'm saying is clearly, and the Perech Hatas. I hear what you're saying. I once heard a mashal. Someone said there was a king who decided he wants to see who's loyal to him in his country. So he called over a sar, called over one of his ministers, and said, I want you to make a rebellion against me. I want you to. I want to see who's going to follow you and who's going to stay faithful to me and fight on my behalf. So the Tsar did that. Started a revolution against the king. The king is standing and watching. Who's here? Who's there? And there's Chacham Echad. Chacham Echad goes over to the minister and says, I'm sorry. I'm not for you. I'm not against you. I know you're a Tsar of the king. Stop with this, Mr. Gasson. I know that this is one big game because you're loyal to the king. So I'm not fighting you, I'm not for you, I'm not against you. That was very often we did it. It's harder. Like, I'm going to fight it. Oh, 6 someone. I'm going to fight it. It's the other way. You can go fall for it. The ultimate chachma is nish das, nish das. I'm not. You turn to Nefesh HaBahamis when. Oh, there you go again. Oh, thank you. I know you. I understand why you're doing it. The Eibishter told you the other was Kamash Lazain, the Messiah Kadosh, and I'm not falling for you. I'm not going to spend any effort fighting you because you don't even believe yourself what you're saying. The Yetzer Hara itself doesn't believe those fakers Bemuna that it's throwing into you. So why am I bothering spending any energy? There you are again. Thank you, Zayson. Bye. I'm a Yid. I believe. What? Was? As was? Yeah. No, but the problem is, one of the big, we're talking about Tanya. What do we gain by Havana? Havana Vasaga. I think you asked the Shabbat. Why? 2 hours, right? Why is Havana Vasaga? One of the Yana Havana, what? Whatever. One of the Yana. I have to send him a list. I actually have to. I actually saw I was waiting for it. Okay. Next again. What are we talking about? Understanding ourselves. Forget about Eibishter, ourselves. They're Yidden who they walk around because they don't understand the inner dynamic of Nefesh Kislev Hamas and what that looks like with veil. So they like a Sekes V'Muna, and that's it. Okay, so what's here? I'm a Yid, I'm Chiddush Yid. Daven, I learn, I eat Tzom, Tan Shabbos, and all the other Heichin Yana, and I say to someone, it's all, what's it all worth? If I had any shaykhis to anything in Kedusha, obviously I would not say because B'Emunah. And there are many Yidden, the Posha and the Fila, and the Fila Suruach by say from the fact that kommt da rein in their cup, öfter nicht das. You learn Tanya. This is Havana. It's the most normal thing in the world. It's not any which way reflection on your Aveda. It's you have enough Shemamis. That's not dear. Like in the Peter Chavres, right? Someone is davening in the night. They are all Russia, right? With Messiah and speaking. You're davening, and a guy comes and is trying to disturb you. That means your davening is about davening. It means a guy is a guy. You have a guy inside you. That's fine. Identify the guy and tell him goodbye. And knowing that it's going to come back in 5 minutes, and that's fine. It's not you, it's the guy. I have no idea how we got into this conversation. No idea.
To the end of Parik.
Yeah. And the Pirchatas.
Taivas, same way?
Sorry?
Taivas, so you
I think Taivas we're less disturbed by Taivas for some reason. No? But 100% the same thing, yeah. But for some reason, like Svegas B'Mun had this like debilitating effect on us in this way. Yeah.
I'm trying to get to Shabbat.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Just 1 second. Like Iberab Mayimadi is understanding that Yetzer Hara also Sachakol Skamash Lazain the Bezeir HaKadosh, right? Which is Lahar B'Schare. The whole point of that Svegas B'Muna that is totally fine. From Hamas is throwing at you. Why? So that you should tell a Zaygisund and it's Lahar B'Schare. It's a Aveda V'Skafia, and you get Schar. That also is part of it's all part of the plan. It's all there. Yeah. Thank you for that, man. Chaim.
The challenge of Svegas B'Muna is that everything that he's saying to himself is a part of the Emunah. And if I have sight, then it's. I'm never above the situation because my being above the situation is to a minute, to something that says in the Torah. This gives a part of a minute.
And you have it. That's the story that someone said.
If I'm have it, then that's not spikes in a minute. But if there is spikes in a minute, then how can I fight it with a minute? The whole minute is now too deep. So what I was taught, as a minute, also wie ein Mensch hat sich das Nebel, wie sucht nach viele Kausche bekannt, sich muss Nebel, es gibt ein Minute. Ich sage, ein Minute lauf dafke, ein Zweig ist eine Minute, ist lauf dafke, wenn man das entwickeln, der Diener wurde so bepollt. Es gibt das Zweig in den Kopf, sucht Jid zu sich, also wie das viele Zeit von Jid, und wird den ganzen durch. Ich habe sich das Nebel, als Ja, wir allein mal, ich gehe sich eine, wenn wir uns nicht an, ist aber nicht eine Gehe, die ganze Sache. Ich nehme es nicht mit Zeit, man echt zu man Nefisch. Das ist der Minne, aber in anderen Welt, da hast du jetzt mir nicht zwingend zu retten, weil ich gehe sich Mäuse Nefisch an. So, zu wem redest du jetzt? Ich muss sich Mäuse Nefisch auf anything, was ist against Hashem. So, das kann sein, auf jeder Machschube. Und ich sage, ich gehe nicht daran in den Neuße, weil anyway, ob ich gehe daran in den Neuße, ist so viel besser reifer, ich kann nicht stechelig, wo es im Schamé nicht da. So, zu wem redest du jetzt? Ich muss sich Mäuse Nefisch auf den Neuße, als du in meinen Meibisch.
Aber
das ist der Weg.
To wem redest du is a very important question. Who am I? Wer bin ich? What are the options? Nefesh Lakis and Nefesh Avanos. And even from Tanya, there seems to be conflicting messages in that also. What? And that's a problem. If I say, then that's me.
Tanya doesn't assume what it's have to be, no?
We're getting very philosophical here.
Why do you think Farbrengen goes to themselves? It's not a tribe. In the olden times, it was a different tribe. Horses also drink.
Könnte es jeder hat das.
Was sagst du da? Da ist schon in a void killing. Da ist schon sick killing.
I got another line. Another line.
No, in Shabbos I'm not going to touch. What how much touch?
Ja, fine. Ich denke, also, Mensch, ich freue mich, dass dabei ist, dass du Wegen machen.
L'chaim Lebracha. Okay. Zeit. Morgen Zecher Tag. I have to get going sometime soon. I want to be Messiah with this. I spoke earlier about Caliph Aleph Beis Gimel Dal to the Sichos. It's really the Shulchan Aruch of the Rebbe's view. If you want the Rebbe's lamdas, learn the Leiluk of the Sichos. But if you want the foundations of the Rebbe's view, the Rebbe's cook of everything, these are the four. Now, obviously, I'm generalizing. There's also a lot later in the Rebbe's cook, and there's one that's also in Krachim Al Fidala, but Chele Gimel, this week's Parsha, Vayishlach, Amedim Digasecha. Where it talks there about the idea, in this week's Parsha, we have Yaakov's name being changed to Yisrael. When you look at this week's Parsha, it seems to be from the minor things over there. Yeah, I said Yaakov Esav. Maisa with the whole thing, Muhammad, the David, and Maisa with Dina, Maisa the Reuven, right? Reuven and whatever, and then you have Binyamin being born, and Rachel, and the way Maisa, Yaakov's name gets changed to Yisrael. It's a big thing. Befrat, you contrast it with by Avraham Avinu's name. Avram's name was changed to Avraham. The Gemara says on this that anyone who calls Avram's Ever Be'aseh, another day Ever Be'leisasa. The Gemara asks, so why are we allowed to call Yaakov? The Gemara answers, Hail Hadre Kra. The Torah itself calls afterwards the Eibush, the Torah itself calls afterwards Yisrael Yaakov. What kind of answer is that? So in Achanami, so it explains that that he's called Yaakov afterwards, but Haguf Tzarech Bir. Why is it that by Avram, once he changes Avram, that's it. Ace Avram. No more Avram. Only Avraham. And Yaakov, even though his name was changed, and the words in the Torah is Kamat is Abazach. The Ikari Shimcha, right? Everything they say. It's Mustan and Maimon from the Rebbe and other places to this. Avram, whatever it stood for, once the name was changed to Avraham, there's no more Avram. But Yaakov, even after the name is changed to Yisrael, the Aved of Yaakov remains. The Aved of Yaakov remains by every single Yid. From the Aved of Yaakov, the Aved of Yisrael. The Aved of Yaakov is Ashver Aved. Yud Akev, the Neshama has to come down all the way into the lowest Madrigas, and what's Begili is only the Akev of the Neshama, the lowest Madrig of the Neshama. And therefore the Aved is in a way of Akava or Rimia. You have to be Slabish and Lewish the Esav in order to be able to be Makabal the Brachas. Think about it for a second. Yadei Chesed Bakev Esav, right? We're holding on for dear life. That's one Eifin Aved. Chwalos, that's the Aved of Tzaddikim. That's the Aved, sorry. That's the Aved of the people who aren't Tzaddikim. When you call them Tanya a Beinini, or those who are striving to be a Beinini. And then you have the Aved of Yisrael. Kisar Yisrael, Yimalakim, Vamenashim, Matuchol. Aved of Serara. As Rashi says, that we shouldn't Le'yamer Eid, that the Brachas came to Biremiya, and Adarabah, the Srara, Begilui. And that's the Aved of Tzaddikim. They don't have to struggle. They will Haza, also even from Srara. And even though the Yaakov's name was changed to Yisrael, but the Aveda of Yaakov is alive and well. And every single one of us. And every single one of us, we have Inyanim of Yaakov, we have Inyanim of Yisrael. The Rebbe says over there also, Bechlolus, that's the chiluk between Shabbos and the weekday. Shabbos were in the Madrig of Yisrael. Mishteta Tefach Shabbos. Aveda Satfila, the learning, the Suda Shabbos, even the eating on Shabbos is different. The whole week we have to eat L'Shem Shemayim. That's the Aldarach Aveda of Yaakov. The whole week you're eating. So Kaviyachal, you're eating because you enjoy the food, but it's L'Shem Shemayim. Shabbos, there's no Akava or Remiyah. Shabbos, the eating itself is a mitzvah. It's not L'Shem Shemayim. The eating itself is a mitzvah. The Alter Rebbe says in the Geras HaKodesh, and that which during the week is called Zebul V'Seva, and Shabbos is a mitzvah. And therefore, when Shabbos ends, we have to go back to the week, and it's scary. Going back to the week is scary. We have to put on the Vushei Esav and deal with the Welt. So what do we sing? The Matzah Shabbos. We sing Amar Hashem LeYaakov Al Tira Avdi Yaakov. Talking now, the Aveda of Yaakov is beginning. Avdi Yaakov, as opposed to Bini Bechori Yisrael. Yisrael is the Aveda which is in the Eifin of Ben. An Eifin of both Ava and Gefil. And the Aveda of Yaakov is the Aveda of Avdi, which is a difficult Aveda. But Amar Hashem LeYaakov Al Tira Avdi Yaakov also is good. Bachar Hashem BeYaakov. Verstehst? Bachar Hashem BeYaakov. And they don't say this in the Sikha, but who is Yaakov Avinu Lemes. We don't say Yisrael Lemes. Yaakov Avinu Lemes. The Aveda of Yisrael, Amal Yeh, Amal Nishta. Yaakov Lemes. Yaakov is always. That's the Aveda which is shaykh to every single one of us at all times. Listen, I say, what? No. So, but the Rebbe writes in the Sikh is that we find in the Rush, the same in the Siyana, that even Yanim which are not according to Min Chabad. At the end of the day, if it's a minig Yisrael, it's a Hela Kazach, even if it's Shivim Panim Latera. Remember what I said? You heard the Min Chabad? I said the derech of the Chagas is right. The time that they had against Alter Rebbe was correct. Alter Rebbe was also correct. In other words, when we're dealing with, as opposed to the Misnagdim were wrong. Let's be clear, the Misnagdim were wrong. The time of the Misnagdim Alter Rebbe was Pasha was a mistake. History knows that it was a mistake. History knows that what the Misnagdim their charges about Siddim was wrong. It was not founded. And we're not judging them, and it's not it was L'Shem Shemayim, but ultimately they were mistaken. The Baruch Mesber wasn't mistaken. It was a different derech. It was a different derech in Aveda, which was a correct derech in Aveda.
Which was the Avodah of Hashem Tev and the Magid. Yeah, 100%. Now, Chabad al Taina, the Aveda, the Bashem and the Magid was a chana for this, and it wasn't that the. This I need to understand, right?
Okay, but I'm differentiating. The minig to sing the minig to sing the Pisman of Altira of the Yaakov is a minig which is a matter of kids. By the way, you have in Eir Chadash Al Tzion Torah, right? V'niska so in Chiddush Chabad, you have Mamorim that explain that. We don't say it. The fact that we don't say it doesn't change that it's we have an Animus Midas. Like one of the Negunim, the Rebbe is Animus Midas. We don't do Animus Midas, but one of the Rebbe's Negunim is Animus Midas.
Yaakov is the Avodah of Abudah Soil.
Yeah.
So the ultimate goal is to be a soul.
And a Chanan. It's a Hechre. Abin Dafis.
No, we're supposed to be Yaakov.
Yeah, but we're supposed to
and we're always striving for Yisrael. Whichever place in our life we can graduate to Yisrael, we try. But it never takes away the Yekir of Yaakov. Which brings me to what I'm saying. Let me just finish and I think it will come to a little podcast. Alter Rebbe says in Perek Chav Zayin is, every Perek is, but Perek Chav Zayin Tanya is something which Shnei Minei Nachas Ruach L'Chonam Yisbarach. There's two different types of Nachas and Tanya that we give the Eibishter. One of them is, ask me Tanya. Echad. Mebitul asiter achra legamri. V'yishapcha memeriru lemiska mechashech l'nahir. One nachas, one tiny the Eibishter gets is the bittul asiter achra. And it's the bittul of asiter achra, its elimination, or even better, is hapcha, the transformation, memeriru lemiska mechashech l'nahir, and this is Ayidei Tzadikim. Vashenis. There's another kind of nachas the Eibishter gets. Kadeskafia setach. You're not mevatel setach. You're not mahapach iskafia. You suppress it. I say in Yiddish, mefarbeiktas. How do you say it? What? Is that what's in Yiddish? Mefarbeiktas. But it exists. It's there. You're not mevatel it. You're not mahapach it. Iskafia. Be'eda betakva v'gurasa. So the achra is be'eda, yeah. U'makbias makanesha. U'misha merida Hashem. The Eibishter sense of flying, b'sirus l'tata, but through the Aveda of the Shus Tata, they abandon it. That's the Aveda of the people who struggle. Zeh Hashem arakosa v'asedi matamim kasher hafim matam l'shinam. It's Yaakov and Yisrael. The Aveda of Yaakov, the Aveda of Yisrael. And here's the amazing thing. We have two names, Yaakov and Yisrael. Yaakov got his name, Yisrael got the name, which he got when he was fighting with the Malach of Esav. That means, whether you're Yaakov or whether you're Yisrael, where do you get your cheshivas from? From Esav. Think about that for a second. Amkein Esav, nicht davon, nicht kein Yaakov, nicht kein Yisrael. If you're Aveda with Esav and Eifan of Iskafia, of Yadei Chezes, then you're Yaakov. You're Aveda, Esav and Eifan of Kisar, Yisrael, as Alter Rebbe says over here, Shnei Nachas Ruach. There's only two types of Nachas. One is Bittul Sitachra, one is Iskafia Sitachra. But on Sitachra, there's no Nachas Ruach. The Eibishter has no time. What? Batuchal. But Batuchal, in other words, Amkein Sitra Achra, Amkein Esav, Amkein Nefesh Bahamis is from garnished.
When the tzaddik is not tzaddik, there's no.
But the Tainug is Kadeskafia, what does he says? Again. Even, what does he say with David the tzaddik is? He's very clear about David the tzaddik. Very good. One more time. Echad. Shnei mini nachas ruach l'fan v'sparach l'mayla. Echad. Mebitul lasita achra legamri v'ishapcha memeriru l'miska mechasheich l'nheil adiyah tzaddik.
Once it's done, it's done.
Hello. Was sagt er? One nachas the Eibishter gets is from Bittul of the Sitach and it's Hishapcha.
Next.
Good. But on them, in other words, the nachas comes from the Bittul of the Sitach and it's Hishapcha.
There is no avoided for the tzaddik afterwards.
So you want to know what Avodah tzaddik is afterwards? One day I'll get there, I'll let you know. But that's not the Nekuda. The point is, the Tainug the Eibishter gets, what I'm trying to say, Malachim, have no Yitzhahara. And because they have the Yitzhahara, they're irrelevant. They don't give the Eibishter Tainug. But the Tainug is the fact that he was Mevatlet. It's a Tainug from the Avodah, because it's an Avodah which comes from a place of Bittul of Sitach. And he's Sapch of Sitach. But Ankin Sitach and Bim is a Malach. A Malach is a Helik. But a Malach is worthless. I'm sorry, Malach. I don't mean that. But I don't, and not worthless. I was a shred of art. But Malacha, they're not kosher. What? Well, one at a time, and you have to speak a little slower because your Yiddish is a little whatever. I'm not used to that to the accent. Yeah.
Looks like the Malacha have a big role.
And what? You can speak in Yiddish, but I speak Yiddish, but a little slower. That's all. What? They have a big role in what?
Nachas Riyah goes on them. They have Nachas Riyah while they do this avoid.
Let's turn to Perek Memtas. Here's the Psuk. Are you with me? You ready for me? How does a person come to Badrega Vat? This is Perek Memtes. V'sham nemar v'nishna barichas inyim v'sedem alachem eimdim berum eilam. V'yadiyah g'blotz shakadosh baruch eshe kulam b'teilim l'eris baruch mashmiyim b'yira chulam makdishim chulu v'evim b'yira kadosh chulu. V'chein eifanim v'chayis ha'kedesh b'rash gadol baruch v'edeshem v'keme. V'achaka bracha shniya avas eilam aftanu Hashem aleikeinu k'leimar sheniach kol tzva ma'ilo akadeshim v'hisha shchinaseinu shchinasei aleinu v'yisnikra aleikeinu. The far zok v'zeh she'emin mechem lo gedela v'yiseira pirush yiseira al kir v'asalakim shebechol tzva ma'ilo u'bana b'charta. That's all a setup. The whole birchas kriya, the whole yitzeh is a setup. Wow, these malachim. Kaddish. And you know what? Avasil naftanu, Hashem lakeinu, chem lagedela v'yiseira chal naftaleinu, u'banu b'charta. Why? Because we have yitzhar. That's it. What happened by Mesa, right? So, Shashal Mesa Lamarim, right? And malachim went, hey, you're getting the Torah. It's on the Heit Chal HaShamayim. And what does Mesa tell them? Sorry guys. Really feel bad for you, but we're going to tell you why. Kum yitzhar yesh b'neicha. They're saying what, right? It's also true, yeah. Yeah. No, but this is so and the other thing is benafshe. We know we have enough Shabbanas. So we can get depressed. So we listen, depressed, not Shabbanas. What depressed? Whether you're Avedas Yaakov, whether you're Avedas Yisrael, and by the way, all of us have both. The Rebbe says even a tzaddik also has the Avedas Yaakov both to a certain extent. All of us both. That's how we give the Eibush a tainug. The tainug we get is from the Yadei Echeses or Kisarisim Elikim.
What do you mean? How do we have the
First of all, Shabbos the Rebbe says Aveda Tzaddik. Shabbos the Rebbe says, in Shabbos we have the Aveda Tzaddik. But there's the Shabbos of every day. Most other places talks about davening. Davening is the Shabbos of the day. And even in our world, we don't struggle in every single area. Tzaddik and Beini and Rasha is b'chol. So b'pratis, there are areas of me that are Rasha, there are areas of me that are Beini, there are areas of me that are Tzaddik. And that's... Sorry? Yaakov also Tzaddik. Well, my point is to say, Beret Chassidus shines a light. Havana Vasargi, you asked for what's Havana Vasargi, right? Earlier. When we understand a little, we learn a little Chassidus, we understand this better. It changes the whole dynamic. But this is not inspiration. You could take this as inspiration, but that's not the Nekudah. Tanya, having Pasha a different Havana of yourself. You have a different Havana yourself. Then you understand your struggle. You understand Askupas Fix Muna. Because you have a richtig understanding of yourself, of your whole, everything that's going on inside you. And that's the gift of Tanya. A real self-understanding based on Torah.
About the significance of Tachsidish Laneda?
Of course, Tachsidish Laneda. Tachsidish Laneda De'acha. Yeah. And Nishtam. Even Yediyas Ashlila is a problem. Because what? Yeah. But you ever learned Derech Tisach, Hamanas Alakus, and Achtas Hashem? You have to treat yourself to that. Hamanas Alakus, Achtas Hashem, it will open up your all these Yediyas Ashlila, Amuna, all these things, all discussed over there. What? Yeah. I'm sure they're both Hamanas Alakus and Achtas Hashem. Yeah. Kedai.
Where is this?
That Sefer Derech Mitzvah and the Samach Sadak, and I'm specifically referring you to two mitzvahs, Hamanas Alakus and Achtas Hashem.
Because it's very long.
Sorry?
Because it's long.
It's longer. Yeah. It's longer, but still, it's very geschmack. It's not like Sheish Mitzvah Tefillah. Anyways. And what?
The
Bechinas Tachlis?
As the ultimate goal?
What's the ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal is that
I speak a few words of Lashon HaKodesh, I understand.
He is asking if it's the ultimate goal, not to know.
Als begin is tachlis.
It depends what. Certain madrigas no locus, the ultimate goal is not to know. Certain madrigas no locus we could know. And yet, what's that and what's that?
It doesn't have to be a stereo.
Exactly, that's the point. Doesn't have to be a stira. But the more you know about a locus, the more you know about as magei techer, that's not that. In other words, dirt in the shtil. It's way too late tonight for this. And I'm going to go. I'll leave it there for Machen Avar Hachena. Either make a Hachena or you continue Farbrengen, but I'm going to be Messiah more.
How did the whole Let's of Tanya start?
Sorry, what?
Is it the ganze Let's of Tanya?
How the whole Let's of Tanya started?
How long ago?
How it started?
How did it start?
I teach Tanya for many, many years. And I always thought to myself that I have a lot of students of Tanya, so I should leave a voice note for them. It was a very small thought. In other words, a place for the 50, 100, 150 people, whatever. So then I'm about to do it, after delaying it for many years. And then I'm like, okay, so you know what, if I'm going to do it, maybe I should video it, because I hear that people like video. And if people like video, and if I don't do video, I have to redo it. So maybe I should do video. So I hired a video person. Took a few videos, sent to me. We go around Finster and again. I'm like, no, this is way too professional. This is Leila says Kavanti. Ganz nicht. Anyway, I showed it to people. No, by the way, this is the first videos, which, by the way, were so bad that I ended up having to re-record them. But the edit to what I thought, do you understand what I'm saying? Everything, and okay, so that it was never my machshavet, something of this farnem, but it's incredible zchus. Like that's the story. Yeah. And I thought, okay, so I'll translate that into whatever. And one of these also I was, what?
You did 2 times. It was already that everyone can be a binary and everyone.
That's after that as a kachem.
Yeah, but today people laugh and yeah, binary, yeah.
Du irgendwie, du hast zusammengenommen mit alle, mit der kurze Schmiest, wo du schmiest an der Tanje, nimmst du zusammen der Verstand der Scheichen von aller Pokémon. Du kommst daran, und macht das eine Hakla, sag mal, alle Tage ist Simchen und alle, du irgendwie, wie kennen denn alle die...
You're talking about in Betfus? You're talking about written?
Betfus, alle du bist ein Platz, wie ich kenne alles.
What can I tell you?
You had a plan this year to do that, no?
I had a plan and didn't work out, and I have to find time. I need to figure out where in my life I can cut out other things so I can devote some more time to this. What? What?
Add time.
Add time. Yeah. Anyways, coming to this Kislev, and if you know anyone who can benefit from it, share the link, share the news, or whatever it is. It's a wonderful way of introducing people to this.
You got to lead this Kislev on a hotline. Maybe.
Not you. I'm happy to share with you every single file, and you can do it.
Who's the secretary?
No, my daughter that runs my for speaking. You want my files for Let's Tanya? I'll show you a Google Drive link. I'll give you everything.
Sure. Do you know what's okay.
You will set up files.
No, I'm not going to hotline in my life.
I'm more than happy to serve you. What? It's cheap. It's not about cheap, it's about time. I'm happy to share it. It's 2 things. It's time and verstand. Some people have a brain for these, and some people don't. Like technology. Everything that was done was other people did it for me. I hired people, but everything was the whole YouTube and the Spotify, everything. Verstehe gar nicht die Sache.
What's your name, by the way?
Sorry, and cats.
Hamida.
Here.
Yeah, but I was a few times by your share, I think.
In Farbrengen.
Flatbush, I used to hear your share.
Okay.
I was I know from the explanations. Was it actually noch? Is the Balatani gerecht? Hat du der Market gewollt? Oder sind es eigentlich? Du beide sind gerecht. Zwei da ist so. Wieder kommt man finden Market. Wieder kommt man sie. Doet het met de sens, op z'n maas het met de smet en hoe ga je dat voor? Wie zou je, als we aan doen met een naaie zaak, als we dus doet de transformeren tegen verlaat werd omgaan met zijn naaie, zo is het completely zijn zaak, maar we wijzen toch uit als naaie. Waarschijnlijk de zijde en de water, maar wie zou je, op de maas alle andere dan maak je dan gaat, wie zou je, hoe is het dan verstanden de ganze?
I think there are two parts to your question. I think there are two parts to your question. In other words, the first thing is, so what was the kavanah taka and who's right and who's wrong and that kind of thing? I think that just like in every other area of Torah. So Elevel did it from Chaim. But then it's echt van dvaravai zo halacha. So as well the Bambacher. So I definitely believe that this was something that the kavanah, the Bashem, the Maggid was, that ultimately should come down to Havana Vasaga because that's what's necessary for Mashiach. But that doesn't change the fact that with the other Talmidim is also it's a deya in Torah, which makes it right. Right doesn't mean halacha. So therefore, if you ask me, if you're going to come to me, so after I can be chagas, maybe that's another derech. Yeah, so emes a derech and it works, but tachlis hakavana as al-Babisher, I believe tachlis hakavana is chalitz chadam.
We zijn beide onze dingen woest dat de Rebbe gerokt,
What the Maggid wanted, the Baal Shem Tov wanted.
Maggid Hashem to want it. So the alter kind kili van een Maggid.
Right.
So is eine gerecht en eine.
The Maggid dat gezoekt is altijd hebben gezoekt.
Gegedenis, ja.
Zo, altijd hebben we het gaat dus mee. Dus de volgende.
Ja.
Zo, het gaat dus gaan.
But he held that was the kavanah. Even if it wasn't said. I mean, obviously, the Maggid said so, then all of them would have said, but would have done the same thing.
Exactly. So, aber nicht gesucht, die sollen nimmt der Abdusis von der Maggid. Wo ist pinklich dort gewesen? Wo ist Geil dort vor? Sie pinklich verstehen. Aber für euch, das klingt das wie einer nicht gerecht. Ich meine, ich bin ein Geil, der Maggid, der Marschemte, wenn ein Geil, ob das ist der Hemmschicht von der Maggid, sagen, der ist der Hemmschicht in der Alter Besuch, der Geure.
I'm scared of words nicht gerecht. By me, I'm more. I like words van emes lamite. But in Teda alles is we're talking about. Gezel van Vloed wasn't right. De welge sense wasn't right. Je kunt het zeggen dat het beter hebben.
How do you say that the Maggid's kavanah was what the Alter Rebbe said, and he himself is zichnish gegangen of the.
It definitely has to be that the Alter Rebbe was taking things further. It was definitely a chiddush over the Maggid, the Baal Shem Tov, but it's almost a little bit mufla mechal tidrish, especially at 2 o'clock in the morning after Mashka. I hear.
No, sag mensen om detail. Hoe zo bracht dan wieder?
Who has tinus?
Wat?
Who has tinus?
Wenn man kommt mit Chabad, sag mal, du detail. Rauf dann wieder Maggid schon gar tinus. That's true. So, der de richtige goed zit.
But I was speaking to someone like a year ago. Someone was telling me that he's from the square. His parents lived from the square, and his parents had a Tanya in their house, and it was bound from day to second. Bound? Yeah. In other words, a heilige zaak and daarvan in de stub, maar graag van de sterven in, so it was bound on both sides.
I can attest to that.
And you see that?
My grandmother was the first one to live in Square.
Okay. And he had a tiny bound for both sides. And?
It's true.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. No, to me that's like.
Fire against it, but
it shows that we were saying before that it wasn't the difference in the Messiah and the Chassidim were fighting. This wasn't a real fight. It wasn't a fight that was Zemes, was nicht Zemes. There wasn't the fight. Allah gehalten as Tanya's kids. There's no chassan today who holds a Tanya's and kids Kedash. So it's Shaila is.
Another one question.
Yeah.
Another one question. You said very clearly. Gas aan houden. Wat wist je van niet pinkelig namens? Niet dat
I never saw otherwise. First of all, what's the Einari you see? And second of all, which state on this? I never saw from the Rabbi state this. The reason you have to Chabad, Chabad doesn't work. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
What?
Chagas, nicht die Chassidus, ist Chagas.
Okay, that's a separate conversation.
You can say say it works less.
Very inspirational.
Say it works less.
Chagas ist nicht Chagas. Nur aus Chassidus.
Thank you for that. You're from around here?
Yeah.
Beseder. It was nice Farbrengen. What were you saying? Sorry.
Saying that Kiddush without you don't like the word.
Kiddush.
No,
one day I'll understand it.
Let's say in simple words. Everything, everything is God, right? And from the other side, you said there's a real symptom, right? It's the only way you can bring out the Emes Achas Hashem. You know what I'm saying or not?
It's definitely correct, 100% correct. Symptoms like Pshutei and Achas Hashem is definitely related to each other.
Say, if you, let's say they told us, and I think the Diga Machne family, like there's the famous mushal of king, whatever, wall, whatever the son of the challenges, whatever, once you realize that everything is the father, then whatever all the mechitzas according to the Alter Rebbe, it's not like this. It's not like a mushal. It's an emes, it's an emes, a king, especially the Rebbe is bringing down and Tzich Dal V'Hai, mamish and clear earth, it's mamish like, and from the other side.
Malachi is before Tzimtzum. Tzimtzum Pshutei
No.
is
The Chiddush from the saying is, the Tzich Dal V'Hai brings down very clearly. So in real symptoms, when you do a mitzvah, from the other side, you say that everything's action. Even this innocent symptom, there's no godliness. When the Alter Rebbe comes out, the godliness is not limited. If Vel expressed godliness or not, if Tev expressed godliness or not. This is the only Chiddush the Alter Rebbe, and this is Dafka Chassidus Chabad. Chagas is everything. You feel godliness. You're elevating yourself. You're lifting up yourself. In other words, it can be a place of godliness if it doesn't express godliness.
First of all, it sounds very funny when you say godliness. That's first of all.
Okay.
Number two, I'm trying to wrap my head around your thing, and it's not shaykh right now. So get in touch with me next week, or WhatsApp or call. But right now, especially, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. It's like
you said the same thing when you said we have to learn.
Yeah.
The Rebbe is saying these things in simple words.
Let's be in touch. At this point in the night, I'm trying to wrap my head around what you're saying, and it's not working.
That's why it's not coming on your plane.
But let's be in touch. What's your name?
For me, the opposite. When I get this time at night, I'm getting very excited.
How old are you?
28.
Okay. When I was your age, I was somewhere around the same. Yeah. What's your name? Miller. How's the Erste Name?
Yeah.
You live here in Lakewood? Be in touch with me. You have WhatsApp or you don't have WhatsApp? Good. You'll know how to get me. I'm happy that we're saying.
I am in your group.
Okay. Say that. Good. Where am I going, Rabbi Menashe?